We're doing a story run, so I'm just gonna go for easy. Yeah, all cutscenes. Oh yeah, I should probably put the whole point of the bloody stream is to promote the video. I should probably put it in the bloody chat, shouldn't I? Might be an idea.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
1 second here. Literally forgot the entire point of the stream just then. It's not good, is it? Big all caps message at the top of chat, that'll do. It's good enough. Right. Let's get to it. Right, I think we are all done now. Right, we can just get going. Probably should have just played this video while I was dicking around, but hey ho. Christ, hair's getting on my nerves now.
In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
Okay, all good. Everything's good. No, the stream's alright now because I'm getting my quality options back, so...
I got a letter.
Literally, when I started up again, I wasn't even getting quality options.
Said, Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter.
That is true.
She died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Some of the most iconic music in the game there. It's not even on the official soundtrack. I had to download it from a fan site to use it in the video. There's some tracks on the official soundtrack that are just like noise, nothing to them, and then that isn't there. Like some of the most iconic music in the game just isn't there. Very strange. Map of Silent Hill. You're not allowed to leave without that unless you do speedrun shenanigans. This is the van here you'll recognize from the intro video. That Eddie drove in. Most likely they're sitting by it, so you'd assume. Bit of geography there. And we have a Pete's Bowl-O-Rama sign up there as well. Yeah, I'm not gonna do. I don't think I'm gonna do like super duper in depth where I'm like you know, spending ages on every little thing. But if I'm doing a story run of this game, I can't help myself, you know? I have to do some of that stuff, so... We'll have to do some discussion, some symbolism, some analysis, all that stuff. Yeah. Well, we'll see how you go. Like, I was thinking I felt a bit tired, but once I get going, you know... Once I get going, I'll probably be alright, so... And this is always a good one to stream. It's always a fun one, so... Don't mind too much. We'll just sort of see how... I've theoretically got infinite time, so... If I stay, I don't have to be, like, away or in bed for any real reason. We don't need to save, but there is a little message here, so we like... Well, this message will play at the first save point you go to anyway, and it makes the most sense here, so... Something in the well. What's that? This part will play on whatever the first save point is, the one about looking at it. This makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. Gives me a weird feeling. That will just play on any save point, but
Excuse
Hey, Henry, what's going on? Welcome on in.
I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay.
Thanks. It wasn't hard for reasons we didn't. It wasn't a hard challenge, but
Lost?
thank you. I'm glad to get the video out.
Yeah, I'm looking for...
Getting the fucking thing edited was harder than the actual run by miles.
Yeah,
So
it's hard to
glad
see,
to have that done.
but there's only the one room.
Yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope everything's
Thanks.
going well this weekend.
But
Yes?
We having a nice one.
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something wrong with it.
Maybe I'll come back to the plank only at some point and do it on like a higher difficulty level. Try and find a way to do it. Try and
And it's not just...
you know, learn the cheeses and what have you.
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not
There's always room to with these challenges to, you know,
It's just
once you do it on one difficulty level, do it on the higher one, then, you know,
dangerous or not. I'm going to tell...
find some other way to make it harder. Then do it in the remake. Then do it
I'm looking for...
on the highest difficulty in the remake. Then do it blindfolded.
Who is it?
You know, there's always some way to do it. Someone's always done it better than you.
Very important.
Then you move on to controllers like dance mats and Guitar Hero controllers and things.
Me too.
There's always someone more impressive
I'm looking for my
out there.
I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her.
Yeah, the bongos, classic, classic challenger on controllers.
Father and brother were here, but I can't find them either.
I'm not actually any good at any of those
I'm sorry.
games that use those controllers, so
It's not your
No,
problem.
if you're an amazing Dance Dance Revolution player,
Find them.
Yeah, you too.
you could probably adapt to playing games on a dance mat. But or if you're a Guitar Hero wizard, you know.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
Conversation just flowing here. It really is. Like the Resident Evil 2 remake GDQ run this year was done on Guitar Hero controller, which is just ridiculous. I think it was on hardcore as well. It was a hardcore second scenario run on Guitar Hero controller on the GDQ stage as well. Ridiculous thing to do, but that's what people do nowadays. That's the way. That's right. Walks away. Some serious social skills. I'd love to see it. That's a good call. How many games can you actually use a chainsaw in? I gotta try and get one of those controllers. I want one for my shelf anyway. But like actually using it to play the game, that's like, it's not exactly, might not be a hard challenge, but it's a good eye-catching gimmick. You know, you want something that eye-catching. That would definitely be that. One to display and one to use, yeah. I think they're really expensive. You know, I've never even like had the chance to buy one. I've never, like, normally I would like have seen one at least in a store. But if I walked into a store and they had one and it was, you know, not ridiculously priced, I would just buy it straight away. GameCube or PS2, I don't know. I'm not bothered. Yeah, that's always the way, isn't it? That's the way with everything. At some point in time, nobody cared. Yeah. That's the for every expensive thing now, there was a period in time where nobody wanted them and they were super cheap and there were loads of them around and you could have just... That's kind of what horror games were like for a while. Like, all my horror games that are now worth tons of money, I got them super cheap. Nobody wanted them. I saw them all the time. I got them really cheap. Like, my Clock Tower 3 was £7, which is like $10, is it? Something like that. My Haunting Ground was like £12, which is now like 100. I missed out on those two, sadly, Rule of Rose and Kuon. That would have been nice to get those, but like all my Resident Evil, I was remembering earlier today. I've got all the Resident Evil games on PS1. I remember there was a guy on a market stall in the city by me, Birmingham. He had a market stall. He had mountains, like actual walls of PS1 games. He had just thousands of PS1 games, and they were all £10. No matter what it was, whether it was a football game or whether it was Silent Hill, it was £10 because it was on PS1. That was his pricing strategy. So I went to him and bought Silent Hill and all the Resident Evils. I think I got Survivor from there as well. And probably a few other things as well. I don't know what kind of business strategy that is, where Silent Hill and some kind of, you know, Pro Evolution Soccer football shovelware game are equal in value because they're on the same console, but Survivor is the MVP. I can't wait to do my Survivor video. Yeah, you do not see that stuff nowadays. See strategy, yeah. He just wanted those gone. It's a strategy I've never seen anyone else employ. Like, sometimes you see that from, like, when you go to, like, car boot sales, or, like, flea markets, as also known. People will be like, you know, PS1 games this price, PS2 games this price. But, like, this guy was, like, clearly a professional seller. Well, yeah, exactly. That was what he was thinking. Is like, no one's going to buy this if I charge what it's actually worth. I want this gone. But that's very strange for a guy who, like, clearly does this for a living. Isn't just, you know, doing a sale, you know, for one day. But I'll take it. You know, I would always go there, see what he got. Pretty sure, like, half of my PS2 stuff came from that one guy. But yeah, for a time, like, I would just scoop horror games up. Like, there's stuff that I got rid of because I was like, it's so cheap. If I want to get it again, I can. And now he's now really expensive. Like Cold Fear, I bought Cold Fear for like 50 pence. It all balances out, I suppose. Then yeah, if he sells a £1 game and a £20 game for £10 each, it all balances out, right? Yeah, I remember Cold Fear on PS2. I bought that for like 50p, played it, didn't like it, sold it off. And I was just like, oh, that game's super cheap, I'll get that whenever. And now it's gone up in price massively just because it's a PS2 horror game. So there's definitely some stuff I regret getting rid of.
What the hell is it?
What can you do? Yeah, you know, like I remember there was a Tekken spin-off game with Nina from Tekken called Death by Degrees. That's another one I bought for 50 pence. Played it, wasn't, you know, I thought it was alright, I wasn't keen on it. That game is really expensive now. So it's like, it wasn't a good game. I would like to have it just because it's a valuable game to have.
This thing broken?
What can you do? Yeah, it wasn't like terrible. It was alright. Definitely worth playing, I suppose, you know.
I'd better take it anyway. I might.
But at least if I want to play something like that, I can emulate it, you know. So at least if I decide I want to play it, but yeah. Resident Evil Survivor. I can't. I'm gonna go rant mode for Resident Evil Survivor. Even though I don't dislike it that much. I don't dislike the game that much. I'm still just gonna do it for have a rant on it at it for fun, you know. Oh yeah, ancient Roman. When I go to Japan, I'm gonna be looking out for that. I want to own that. I want that on my shelf. Pride of place. On my shelf. We're gonna do some optional stuff here just because it's a story run. We'll do a few optional things here. I still haven't brought myself to play that myself, but just watching it was enough. Just watching it was fine for me. I've experienced it. Just by watching it. Remains of Blood Swamp, this is called. Something of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in, I suppose. From long ago, the natives, I would assume, or something, I don't know, nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for that reason that many people seem to have. I always think this is forsaken the area. I know there's text of this out there. I could just find it, but I'll just go with what I think. So there's a certain path through this part that I suspect the developers think the player will take. Because you look at the map here, there's nothing here. We have to just start exploring. But based on the way that things are presented here, I think what they expect you to do, or what they've, you know, set things out for, is for you to go to the bar first. Which seems odd to me, because I've never seen anyone do that. But the way that they've presented things here, that seems to be what they envisioned. So you'll see what I mean when we get there. That head tilt mechanic is really good, by the way. It's an underrated mechanic. The way that James's head will just move towards enemies and items. We don't need to have the items glowing or have big arrows on them. It's just a super nice, subtle thing. I love things like that. Things that keep you in the game. And you would look at it. It's like a normal thing, you know, it's realistic. You spot something, you will look at it. I think before you employ arrows and glowing items and having the items shine, or, you know, having your character say, "Oh, what's that?" You could try something subtler like that, you know. So the reason I think the developers think you should come here first is because there's a map here. And the map sort of directs you where to go in this area. What's that symbol at the end of Martin Street? So that's where the key is that we need. And then the Woodside Apartments are circled, so that kind of directs you. I've never seen anyone, though, play the game and come here, you know, at the start. It's only really like... You'd only really think to come here on a repeat playthrough, or because you know this from a meme or something. There was a hole here. It's gone now. Never made clear what the hole exactly is, but maybe the hole is I don't remember this room at all. It's kind of famous in a way, but, you know, especially because we'll come back here later and there's another message. So we'll come back here later as well. There's an extra message. That's circled as well, but that's just the motorhome down there. I don't know why that's circled. I guess because... I don't know why, because it tells you to go to the bar, and we've already been, so I don't know why that's circled. There's I guess the hole is like Mary. There was a hole in James's life, sucking all the joy out of his life, or something. I don't know, and it's gone now. That's one of the things I like about this game. It's not clear. See, Mary was a hole. Not that kind of hole. Ugh. It's an emotional hole in James's heart. Of course, that's what I meant. But these corpses here, they all look like James. My theory about these corpses has always been that... Oh, didn't realize we could be interrupted there. My theory about these corpses is that these are like James's failed attempts to make his way through the town. So he kind of, you know, tries to get through the town, dies, but then leaves more information for himself in the future, which kind of ties into the way that you would play a video game. I've always thought that's kind of like when you play a video game, you try, you die, you learn, and you try again. Kind of think that's what's going on there with those corpses. I imagine they taste like medicinal, but maybe they're like that's genuinely what I think. I think that's like tying the kind of story. You know, James has to go through this over and over again until he gets through into like, you know, game mechanics. That's how you play a game. When you do New Game Plus, you're just going through the cycle again. Yeah, I think I would thought that's kind of an interesting thing. And we have more of them here. And the idea of James giving himself information, this is kind of it ties into that, because he literally does give himself information here. This corpse that looks like James is like writing notes for himself, writing in the manual for him to use next time. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. And I might be in a minute. If this guy... It's like Gatorade. There's a medicine... I don't know how many other countries have this. There's medicine called Calpol that we always have as children here. Which is like... It's like a strawberry flavored medicine. Maybe it's like that. Maybe they made it taste like... You know, like... Make it go down better. Yeah, it's like a children's medicine. Has like a really sweet strawberry taste to it. Very nice. Never used to mind feeling a little bit ill because I could get some of that. It was a little treat. Oh yeah, Lucozade is another thing you have when you're sick. Yeah, for sure. Whenever I was ill when I was younger, I'd always have Lucozade. Yeah, that's another illness drink. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain, but my friend said he didn't see anything. That's true. Does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? Whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up. One thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It is nice, yeah. There's like a really fizzy one, which is like, yeah, like an orange. It tastes a bit like a, you know, like a Fanta or a Tango or something like that. Or Orangina even. And then there's a sport one as well, which is more like it's like, you know, like it's more of a still drink. They're both very nice. They are really good, yeah. I like them both. Seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet, but even that one probably won't save you. I like how they give you tutorials within the game here, by the way. I love how gameplay advice is... It's the same thing as in Silent Hill 1. You have Sybil giving Harry advice on you know, how to survive within the game. Really cool. There's no, like, tutorial, but it is teaching you how to play the game here. If you're going to try and fight them, most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they're tougher than people. And these are my favorite ones here. Run away. Run away, 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 run away. Yeah, definitely a great character, yeah, for sure. One thing I kind of like about Silent Hill is how none of the games don't really have like don't have characters like returning, coming back. Every game has its own like unique characters, and you don't get like sick of them. They don't overstay their welcome. Everyone's in one game and that's it. I actually quite like that. Something Resident Evil. I was talking about this the other day, how in Resident Evil nobody ever dies, so that nothing feels like dangerous anymore. No, they didn't. It's like you don't expect them to get married or anything, but you'd expect some kind of. You would have expected some kind of like detail, because after you go through that together, you wouldn't just be like, okay, see you, bye. Maybe that is what they did, but you'd think, I think maybe they did. I don't know. Maybe they just, oh, it was, we helped each other out. It was cool, but I think people expect that, like, oh, a man and a woman went through this story together. Surely they got married, right? No, maybe they just weren't interested in each other. Maybe they just helped each other out and then said goodbye. Maybe they kept in touch. I can't think of anything that like points to that personally, but who knows? Hey, Doggy Treat, what's going on? Welcome on in. Good evening to you. Hey, how's it going, man? I'm doing very, very well. Feeling pretty good. Pretty tired. Pretty sort of yeah. Been a bit of a mad scramble today and last night to get the video done, but it's all done now. Feeling relaxed now. Feeling relieved. At work, not a lot. Well, hopefully work goes nice and smoothly. I've just remembered I need to give some shout outs, don't I? Let's drop a shout out. Yeah, appreciate it. Hopefully enjoy it. I feel like this one was too much work. I've done it in such a way that took too much work. I'm pretty like exhausted now. Maybe the next one will be a bit less work. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I actually like haven't been buying too much stuff. I'm trying to save up. Just because I've why not? But like the last little while I've had a few takeaways this week because I sort of wanted to just, come home and do a stream. I didn't want to cook, so I was like, I'll just have another takeaway, why not? So this dress here, it's dressed like Mary, as we can see here. And I think the fact that Mary is giving you light is significant, because Mary is James's guiding light through the town. So we take the light from Mary. She gives us light to get through the town, and right at the end of the game, in a few hours' time, as soon as we watch the videotape, our flashlight stops working. It's a very subtle detail, but once we know that Mary's not alive, our light goes out, so we no longer have that hope to give us light. Very subtle detail, but I'll point it out when it happens. The year of saving, indeed, yeah. Like I'll buy a few. I'll still have to buy a few things here and there, but I'm definitely having a better time when it comes to like books and movies and things. Just sticking with the stuff I own. Not having to buy things constantly just for the sake of it. Yeah, this is the OG, but it's the enhanced edition on PC. So it's not like the PS2 version or anything. It's yeah, this is the way to play this game now for sure. PS2 original is still great, but you can get this for free. I think this is on like Internet Archive even, so it's not even like a dodgy way to get it. It's just there. Then you just install the enhanced edition. Super easy to do. Oh, that's wrong. This is the way to go. This is the way to play this now if you want to play it. I'm a mega fan of this game. I'm super picky, and it's just really, really good. It's clearly other mega fans as well who made this. Put in so much effort. It's had like loads of different versions as well. Loads of improvements over the years. Yeah, got Born From a Wish on this too. Yeah, on the PC version for sure. You don't want to play the PC version as it was originally released because it's terrible. It's playable, but it's pretty terrible. Definitely want to get this enhanced edition. It's great. Really, really good. So, you know, works with controllers as well. Like, I just have my PS4 controller with my 8-bit DO receiver. Just works perfectly. Great. It is indeed. This note must be from the person who lived here. Okay, this is, yeah, that's a really easy puzzle, leave it on any difficulty, so, and yeah, we found out last time, like, you have to do every little thing here in order to get the, Pyramid Head to spawn there. Like, when Laura, like the thing with Laura kicking the key away, you have to trigger that. You can't just leave it and go around and get the key, because Pyramid Head won't spawn, the rest of the area won't, the flags won't be hit, and you have to do it. We have to get the light here. Need a new gaming chair. I just have a secret lab. It's not the most comfortable thing, but it is quite comfortable. I suppose it depends how much you're willing to spend. There's definitely better options if you're willing to spend more. So yeah, you might think here, oh, I'll just, you know, leave the key there and go around and get it. You can't. Not an option. I've had this for years, and it's barely, you know, barely got anywhere, and you just look at it and think it's brand new. It's really holds up well. I think this was like 400 quid when I got it, something like that.
Hey, wait!
Like, I know there are more comfortable options out there. I probably would maybe think about something different if I was still buying, you know, still, you know, thinking about getting one, but I think this is good for now. I can spend, you know, 4, 5, 6 hours here and feel completely fine. That's all I really sort of care about. So this here, I made a little joke in the video about like how the gun in the shopping cart is about American gun culture, which it totally isn't. That was a joke, right? And what it's actually about is I can't remember which developer talked about it, but it's one of those things that's supposed to show it's kind of that Lynchian idea of, you know, strange occurrences in everyday life, in everyday situations. So you've got like a pretty normal building here, but then you've just got this here in the middle, and that's like a very David Lynch inspired idea of having just strange, out of place things in everyday situations. Like Twin Peaks is just a normal town, but then it just has that dark undercurrent to it. That's kind of what a lot of the things in Silent Hill are kind of inspired by, apparently. I need to look up that interview again, whoever that was, because that's like heavily paraphrased, but yeah, I would recommend this. It's sort of like it's sort of it feels strange to call something £400 a mid-range option, but like considering some chairs are like £1,000 plus, this kind of is like the middle range choice. But it's pretty nice. I would recommend it. Yeah, when you look at some of the chairs out there, like I think Herman Miller is one, isn't it? Where they're like, you know, 1,000, 1,200, just obscene prices. Yeah, like it's Pyramid Head. Fill in there. Yeah, that's kind of the range you want to look into, I think. If you don't have any spare organs to sell. To buy a chair. I could manage to buy something that expensive, but like that would feel rough, you know, spending that much on a chair. Oh yeah, this is just a note from we were here earlier. So this wasn't here earlier, but if you look at the way this corpse is sitting here in front of this TV, this is the exact pose that James pulls at the end of the game when he watches the tape. It's the exact same. And you can see here the hair is really similar. You can tell this is James just from the hair here. And he sits in this exact same pose right at the end. That's such a small detail. But you can see that the chair's been dragged here. So it looks like he's been like forced to watch it. He's been like dragged into place here to watch the tape. Does James become Pyramid Head? No. Pyramid Head is the he's a manifestation from James's subconscious to punish him. And it's based on one of the executioners from the town's history. We see a picture of him later painting. Complete manifestation. Nobody else sees him except for James. The becoming Pyramid Head thing is that in Homecoming, I think. I think Downpour has something a bit like that as well. Where like there's an ending for Downpour where like you realize that you're the monster all along and you go along smashing things with your hammer or something. Like, oh yeah, there's all sorts of theories. Like there's no evidence to suggest that, but there's no evidence for a lot of the theories. They can still be fun theories, but I usually like to have at least, sometimes evidence is a bit tenuous for a theory, but like I like there to be something. Then again, you know, it's good to have some wild theories that would be fun to have, even if they're not true. It's also why people get upset when Pyramid Head appears in other games. Because nobody else should really be able to see him. Apart from James. Maria sees him, of course, but Maria is also a manifestation, so... Maria is also not real. So she, you know, gets killed by Pyramid Head, but that makes sense. Like, James asks Eddie about did you see that, are you friends with that red pyramid thing? And Eddie says, I don't know what you're talking about. Even though that he's been in the same building as it. If you know, that goes with what we were just reading. We were just reading in the diary about how you know, presumably James, the author of that diary, was seeing something and nobody else could see it. That's kind of how it works for all the characters. Sometimes they do overlap. We do see things from other characters' nightmares. Like we see bits from Angela and Eddie's nightmares. Their version of Silent Hill. Good. Definitely replay it. I say, installing this version is super easy. So, just look for Silent Hill 2 PC version. It's on Abandonware or it's on Internet Archive. Get the enhanced edition. It's, yeah, very, 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 very worthwhile. I don't know if you can, oh, did I not get, I didn't get the map. I always do this. I just walk straight past the map. Even though I know this game like the back of my hand, I still need the map. I always like, yeah, if you're streaming a game and someone wants to replay it because you've watched it, that's job done, you know? You can tell I've played this game a lot and I've analysed this game a lot. I can talk for hours about this game, which I don't know, it's what I'm going to do now, isn't it? I'm going to sit and play it and talk about it for hours. This is probably the game I've, as well as Metal Gear Solid 2, this is the game I've probably analysed the most and thought about the most and picked apart the most. Because there's just a lot to pick apart, you know? Not every game deserves this treatment, I don't think, but... these are special games, you know? For me, at least. just a level of effort you don't see in most games went into this. Like, you can spend hours going through all the background details in this game, looking at things on the walls, looking at the little bits of art around the place, and people still think that AI for background details is fine, right? Because, oh, who cares about the backgrounds? Who cares about textures on the walls? Who cares? Like, I care. I care. Me, who spends dozens of hours looking at every little pixel in Silent Hill 2, I care. You know? Probably care too much. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I feel like that's a thing in PS1 and 2 games. A lot of games did have this level of effort put in. Like, that's one thing where it's not nostalgia. It's not just, you know, the past is better because I was a child. Like objectively, the amount of effort and care put into this and Metal Gear Solid and Resident Evil was just higher, you know, it was just more. Yeah, I love small, like, all my favorite game series have small details in, yeah. That's the one thing that's kind of in common with all the series I like, have those details where you can really dig in. Like, you know, Silent Hill, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, the Souls games. They all have that in common. It's not a band shirt, it just says Black Coffee. In like a black metal font. I got it from a charity shop. Shopping last week. I bought a Slayer shirt and this from the same charity shop. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I do have a lot of shirts like this for metal bands. If you want recommendations for bands that sound like this, I can do that all day. Like sort of black metal bands, thrash metal bands, that sort of thing. That's definitely in my wheelhouse. Yeah, they were like £5 each. They're in like brand new shape and they fit me perfectly. I was so happy. Like, especially because I don't want to be spending that much money. Getting new shirts for £5 was ideal. Yeah, like I've only found a few in charity shops. Don't find them that often, and usually when I do, they're too small. So finding them in like a large, I'm definitely a large now. So yeah, finding them in my size is definitely tough. Pepper. My favorite YouTuber released a video on this game with a plank only run. Oh my days, that sounds great. Who might this YouTuber be? I'm gonna have to go and subscribe to their channel. This is be like that what's that one, that joke like about is it Pagliacci or something, the clown who goes to the doctor and the doctor's like, you should go and see this clown. He's like, but doctor, I am the clown. You need to watch this great YouTuber to cheer you up. Let the dagger fall. I'm like, but doctor, I am. Watching my own video is not going to cheer me up now. I'm bloody sick of the thing. I'm absolutely sick of it. I watched it once it was live. I watched it one more time to make sure everything was good with the upload, and I'm just like, I never want to watch this ever again. You just get so sick of it, with all the editing and that, you know. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, hope you're having a good weekend. I am the YouTuber. It's that thing. It's that thing, you know, where bands will spend a year working on an album, and by the end they don't even know if it's good or not. Like, I've heard that sentiment from a lot of bands. They'd be like, "Yeah, we worked on this album for, you know, a year, and by the end we absolutely hated it, and we don't even know if it's good or not." Maybe I'm thinking of Metallica with the Black Album, something like that. Someone in the band said something like that, if I remember correctly, or I might be getting that wrong, but yeah. You just have to hope that the ideas you had that long ago are still good. Because you can't tell anymore. James going ahead, ruining any non-gun based challenges here. Terrible stuff. I was just saying band teas. I must have found some band teas in charity shops before. Yeah. There's a band called Valenfire, a death metal band. I found a brand new one of theirs. In a charity shop. That was nice. You don't find too many of them. It's I can't really even think of any more I've got. I get a lot of super dry shirts from them, and I've got things like I've got like a Hugo Boss shirt from one. Got some pretty green stuff. You know, Liam Gallagher's clothing line. A few things like that, a few nice things like that. You have to enjoy looking to find that. You can't just go into one and find that all every time. You have to enjoy the search. Yeah. I can imagine that was when they were on, you know, monumental amounts of drugs. That's easy to imagine. That happening with them. So yeah, you could. This key will only spawn around here. You can only get here if you have the key kicked away from you. You can't be clever and think, oh, I'll just, you know, I won't meet Laura. You have to. Did we go in here? I don't know if we did. Yeah. I guess yeah, just bands in the 70s and the 80s were just built different, you know. They could just do as many drugs as they wanted, and everything was fine. Well, I mean, actually, most of the 80s bands took it way too far and either died or were, you know, vocalists were unable to sing anymore, or, you know, all sorts of things. So maybe they took it too far. Let's go and get our favorite item here. Canned juice. Everyone loves canned juice. Called Bloody Apple. I remember somebody once asked, Jeremy Blaustein translated this game. You know, the, famed translator. And he was asked about this, and all he said was, it was a translation thing. That's it. That's all he said. Like... I've still never seen juice, like orange juice available in a can, or apple juice, or whatever. About the name of this canned juice. He was asked what's going on with the name of this, and all he said was it was a translation thing. Like the most vague answer you could give. Like maybe he was just embarrassed about it. I don't know. Yeah, just like I don't know in America if you see juice in a can available, but I'm definitely not here. Juice is in bottles, definitely. Glass bottles sometimes as well, but yeah, do you think soda would be the better choice there? Surely, like. And I think it said that it's expired as well. Yeah, I guess that's a thing that happens when you have, like, Japanese games set in America, but they still have Japanese things in them. Like, they don't go for full accuracy on making it fully American, you know, they'll still leave Japanese things in. Interesting bit of reading here. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. But this is like Silent Hill 4's story going on here. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. He's not talking about Pyramid Head here, by the way. That's what some people think. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. I'm thinking, who was it? There's a name that oh god, don't read that again. I'm thinking Jimmy Stone was the Red Devil. I think I remember reading that name somewhere. I don't know if that's true or not, if I've just made that up, but that's coming to mind. Yeah. Like they didn't, like it doesn't matter too much, you know? It could be that they wanted it to be a bit weird. You know, they wanted it to be a bit strange and out of place. Could be that. I think for horror games, that actually kind of works sort of well. When you have things that are out of place, like if they're just culturally out of place, or just something that's a bit different to real life, you know. It's not even a bad thing. It sort of works, unintentionally or not. They definitely do a lot of other things just to be weird. On purpose, you know. Like you say, it's very Lynch inspired. Very David Lynch inspired. Definitely the kind of thing he would do as well. I'm pretty sure that is true, yeah.
It wasn't me.
I don't know how. I've never been to America, but
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing. I don't know what
it
you...
is true. Shotguns and rifles. Makes sense.
I did see some...
Hey, Lost in the Past. Welcome on in.
They scared the hell out of me.
How are you doing today? Hope all's well with you.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know.
Yeah, handguns.
I'm from this town.
Maybe the logic is there that you can conceal a handgun. I've had to conceal a sniper rifle.
You too, huh?
Probably not impossible, but probably quite hard.
Brought you here. Right?
Something just brought you here, right? That feels very, the idea that the town just draws people in.
Well,
there's a bit in Pet Sematary
I think you better...
that talks about that.
Yeah, you're right.
Spoilers for Pet Sematary. When you know somebody, the kid dies in Pet Sematary. Depending on whether it's the book or the movie, I think it's a different kid.
Be careful.
But like in the book, the truck driver that
You be careful too.
the truck driver that runs over the kid talks about that, how he didn't even want to go that way, but something just brought him that way. Something just made him do that. Something like that. I don't remember the exact phrasing, but obviously Pet Sematary, a big inspiration for Silent Hill 2 specifically. I think that's where that idea comes from. The idea of the town just drawing people in with its spiritual power. Oh, I love Pet Sematary. I like it as like it's a good expression of like grief, and you know what you sort of go through when you someone dies, and the idea of just wanting them back so badly. It's kind of what this game goes for as well, you know, that idea of wanting someone to be alive so badly that you like force yourself. I think it's something like kind of like Lost Highway is a bit like that as well, forcing yourself into like a delusion to just deny reality. That is a great song. Yes, I love that Ramones song. I like the cover by Unto Others as well. They played it live when I saw them. That's a really great version of that song. Yeah, if you like Silent Hill, definitely read Pet Sematary again. If you appreciate stories like this more now, you will enjoy it more, I think. It's definitely one of the big inspirations. The thing is actually real. I haven't watched it, so I'm going to go do that now. That's a good idea. Yeah, I recommend it. If anybody hasn't watched the video, linked at the top of the chat, you know, at some point you could do that. That would be a good idea, I think. Yeah. Like I've seen a lot of books and movies just because they inspire Silent Hill. I've seen a lot of movies and read a lot of books just because they are inspirations for Silent Hill. So I sort of know where a lot of it comes from now, where a lot of the ideas come from. Silent Hill is really just like a mishmash of like a lot of different books and movies and some games, of course, you know, big dose of Resident Evil, for sure, with the gameplay. But yeah, for each game, there's sort of like, there's like a number of key books and movies that are inspiration. So for Silent Hill 2, that would be Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. It would be Pet Sematary. It would be Lost Highway by David Lynch. Those would be like the key works, you know. Silent Hill 1 is very Stephen King heavy. It's, you know, The Mist and Carrie are really big inspirations there. And Dean Koontz's Phantoms is one there as well. So there's like a set, I'd say there's like a set number of things that you should watch and read for each game. Yeah. Nice little detail here, by the way, is this sign here, Illusions, the water margin. Seems like random words. However, that is actually the literal translation of Suikoden, the Konami RPG. In Japan, it's called Genso Suikoden, which is illusions, and Suikoden, or literally translate the kanji, it comes up as the water margin. That's what that is. Seems like random gibberish, but it's not. Football posters here, by the way. Early hints as to what Eddie's deal is. It's got something to do with football. I don't know what Club Inflexible Person means. If anyone knows what that means, let me know. I haven't figured that one out yet. You've also got Pro Football of Power Sports. But yeah. It says on there, physical beauty, nature, divine protection. I don't know what that picture is. It's got Konami on. You know, I've never watched or read Christine.
Eddie, are you okay?
There's some rare dialogue you can get here with Eddie. I don't usually get it. There's a lot of Stephen King stuff that I haven't read, and I haven't watched too many of the movies either. Is good. I should, yeah. I'll get round to it. I own so much Stephen King stuff, it's unreal, because I always find hardbacks and really nice editions in charity shops for like £1 or £2 or 50p even sometimes. So I've got loads and loads of them. I think for the most part I've read the books first and then watched the movie. I think I watched The Shining first. I actually like The Shining movie like as much as the book. Maybe even a touch more. I don't know. I really enjoyed the movie. I prefer the Book of Misery for sure. Carrie is about the same. There's pros and cons for each. I think the biggest letdown for the biggest advantage the book has is the ending is way better. The movie kind of ends just before the ending to the book was about to happen and get good. Kind of feels like the movie feels like it just stops before. But understandable why they didn't film the ending from the book, because it would have been by far the most expensive part of the movie. Yeah, I wasn't keen on the I know it's a classic horror movie and everything, but the movie of Misery, I think if I'd watched it first, I would have enjoyed it more. But the book is way better. I don't think there's any others that are, have movies that I've seen. Unless I'm just missing something obvious. Can't think now. There probably is. Never actually read The Dark Tower. I do have a couple of them. I have 2 different editions of The Gunslinger. Isn't the movie supposed to be like really, really bad? I think I remember hearing that the movie was just shockingly bad. Never read it. Would you believe it? Are we just going back through the is bad? Yeah. Going back to the fire escape, aren't we? Yeah, I didn't hear anyone say anything good about the Dark Tower movie. Actually, the Gunslinger would be a good one to go to because it's really short. I could just get a taste of what it's like, and then if I want to carry on, I will. I actually just started reading something that is Silent Hill related. I think it's in Silent Hill 1. There's a street called Elroy Street, which is named after James Elroy. I just started reading The Black Dahlia today. Or is it? I can't... just started reading this today. I charitably thought that I'd have some time to start reading a book today. And then I noticed a bunch of mistakes in the video and had to sit editing them instead of reading. It's very like... It's like 1940s American police. So it's just full of racial slurs. every second line has some kind of racial slur in it. And we're supposed to... I don't know if we're supposed to like these guys, but they're awful. They're horrible people. American police in the 40s. That's like, I don't think we're supposed to be like on their side here. I hope that's not the intention. Yeah, hasn't got to that yet, but it is. Yeah. I just want to tick off another. I want to try and read some. I meant to keep going this. I meant to keep this going years ago to try and read something by every author in Silent Hill that's mentioned in like a street name or something. Just didn't get around to it, so I'm just trying to tick off a few more of those. Hopefully it gets good when the actual policing starts, when the actual investigation starts. The part I did here is my favorite part of the video, by the way. The bit I wrote about this is I watched the video back and I actually was laughing at my own bit, which is sad, I know, but I was quite proud of it. Obviously, it's the bit about sticking your hand into it. You know the best bit about that is that we were doing a plank only run, and the reward for doing that is ammo. So we didn't even need to do that. That's like an extra level of the joke there, is that it was completely unnecessary to even do it in the first place. Because you only get bullets as a reward for doing this. I've already forgotten the numbers. I'm unintentionally doing a plank only run right now. I will use the gun on Pyramid Head, I guess. It just makes it quicker. Wallet and toilet bowl. So it's 1, 6, 15, 12. Okay. I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? Go all the way around. There we go. Yeah, like you only get handgun bullets for it. Good stuff. I guess as I'm reading this, I'm probably gonna want to play LA Noire again. That's the kind of vibe it has. That LA Noire vibe. Understandably, in LA Noire, they took out most of the racism. You could say it's inauthentic, but probably makes for a better experience nowadays. Imagine there's some diehard fan of 40s detective stories out there being like, it's LA Noire, nobody uses the N-word at all, it's so unrealistic. Boycott this game. You know, probably some odd person like that out there, but... Not gonna be me. Right, so this is... Oh, this is literally just the room we came to. Okay. I have to check off everything on the map. I'm still... I don't like to say OCD, because that's like minimizing an actual condition, but kind of a little bit obsessive about checking off everything on the map. Oh yeah, we should actually read that. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. Tim here is actually goes along with the reference in the room here. That the key that opens this door is the Lionhouse key, which is a reference to director Adrian Lyne, director of Jacob's Ladder, one of the biggest inspirations for Silent Hill, and a brilliant movie, by the way. If you like Silent Hill and you haven't seen Jacob's Ladder, what are you doing? Go and watch it like right now. It is Silent Hill the movie, so much better than any of the actual Silent Hill movies. It is spot on. If you want a good Silent Hill movie, that is what you want to be watching. Just ridiculously big inspiration for the series. Goodness sake. James is not as happy to kick things as Heather is. In 3, Heather will just punt things and it's her strongest attack. I think Heather's punt will actually make a melee only run quite easy, because the punt is overpowered as fuck. But yeah, and then Tim here. Tim lives here, which is Tim Robbins, I think the guy's name is the main actor in the main star of Jacob's Ladder, so a bit of a reference going on there as well. I left the house key with Uncle David. Maybe David Lynch is Uncle David. This is just loads of movie references in one thing here. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. Oh, I still haven't seen it. I could go and see it, but there's only like really late showings now, so I'd have to come home really late. I'm watching it. I'm just gonna watch it on Blu-ray. I'm gonna wait till it's out on Blu-ray. I'll just watch it for a laugh. But like going out of my way to watch it, spending like I think it's like £11 was a ticket now, which like I could buy the Blu-ray won't even be much more than that, so I could just buy it and own it forever for not much more than that and watch it at home. I'll just wait, but like yeah. Yeah, I've heard nobody say anything good about it. I've heard nothing. I keep coming into this room. This is wrong. We need to go upstairs. I've heard nothing good about it whatsoever. Apparently it's just really weird, really terrible. Nothing good about it whatsoever, apparently. Oh no, it is downstairs we have to go. What am I doing? What am I talking about? Yeah, this is where I put the coins in. We don't have them all yet. That's a rebirth item. We're not going to get the rebirth ending. I probably could have thought of that actually. Actually, can we still get the rebirth ending? This is the first one, isn't it? Yeah, this is the first item, so we could get it. I think that is the first item. I'm thinking of the gem, the UFO ending gem, aren't I? Yeah, going to the cinema is such a hassle now that like I didn't want to bother. It takes up so much time. Like I love watching movies at home. You just put a movie on. Yeah, I'm gonna watch any trailers, any adverts beforehand. I can watch it how I want to watch it with subtitles on. Just yeah, it's just I don't see the appeal of going to the cinema anymore. I really don't. Watching at home is just the way to go for me.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Yeah, I saw a screenshot of someone wearing a fake beard, and it's like the most obviously terrible fake beard I've ever seen.
I don't know what you're planning.
They all just look like really bad cosplay. I see cosplayers every day on Instagram that look better than those characters in the movie. Like people just making costumes at home are better.
But You're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides,
Like, the characters don't have to look the same or sound the same exactly. You know, like, the remake characters were different and sounded different, but they were still good. But they just look cheap. He just looks so cheap.
I'm sorry.
Supposed to be Eddie, oh my god. No way. It's like someone's like bought a beard from a pound shop and just stuck it on, and it's misaligned, and you can see where like there's like fabric ripped off from the inside of it. It just looks terrible. What are they doing? Like,
So, all you know.
the original one that came out 20 years ago looks better from what I've seen. I still think the first movie looks, even though I'm not the biggest fan of it, it looks really good still.
Well,
It's still visually very good. It's aged
where you're looking.
way better than most other you know, CG heavy movies from I suppose a lot of it isn't CG, so that's why it looks so good.
I'm so tired.
Like, they don't even have that in this one.
So,
Yeah, it's like
this town anyway.
a novelty wig from a cheap costume shop. Like, surely,
I'm sorry.
like in a way it is supposed to look bad. Maria is supposed to look bad, but that doesn't look bad in the right way. It's supposed to look like, you know,
Not yet.
sort of you know, hair that's been like dyed over and over again, that's been like badly dyed, and it's supposed to have that look about it, but it just doesn't. It doesn't at all. It just looks very, very cheap,
It's okay.
you know.
Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she.
Yeah, I'm not.
She's
I'm not gonna go out my way to see it, but I will watch it when it comes out.
I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
That's my least favorite of James's line deliveries in the game, by the way.
find my mama.
Sounds like the Joker.
I'll go with you.
I'm not crazy. At least I don't think so.
Now
Like,
I
ugh.
went back there in the cemetery.
That is not it.
Besides, I just slow you.
Probably my least favorite line in the game.
What about that?
But I really like
Will
the
for me
mannerisms of Angela here, because they are sadly quite realistic.
if I kept it. I'm not
You
sure.
know, the idea that like James just moves towards her and she just instantly flinches and screams. I unfortunately know that that is quite realistic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not from personal experience, but from, you know, people I know.
Don't.
So that is a good little detail. You might think, you know, she's overreacting, but no. Could be a close family member who would, like, you know, go to give her a hug or something. Someone who actually does care about her and would have that kind of reaction. I always miss this photo, by the way. You can see, like, Angela's kind of torn her face out of the picture there, it looks like, next to her father. Yeah, I always miss that. I didn't even know that was there for a while, that photo. It is very subtle. You do have to... You probably would miss that, you know? Yeah. I doubt we're ever going to get, like, a silent... I think the upcoming Resident Evil movie could be good. I think it's going to more likely we'll get a good Resident Evil movie. Because it's the same director who made Barbarian, who's doing the new Resident Evil movie, and Barbarian is awesome. Barbarian is a great movie. Same director for that. It's likely to be good, and I think it's more likely that any Resident Evil movie will be good, because Silent Hill and big budget action movies, big budget Hollywood cinema movies, just doesn't really gel. You know, you look at the inspirations. It's David Lynch, it's Jacob's Ladder, it's Stephen King. It's not stuff that's like big Hollywood bombast, you know? It's just a different vibe. Kind of vibe that most sort of Hollywood filmmakers aren't going to work with, you know? That's kind of my version of Resident Evil fans wanting Romero to make a Resident Evil movie. Is I wish when David Lynch was alive he would have been allowed to make a Silent Hill movie. I think that would have been that would have been kind of cool. Having those guys who were like, who've inspired these series, then go into the series and make something within them. That would have been cool. And, you know, nothing like that did ever happen with Lynch, but it, you know, nearly did with Romero. And I think he made a commercial or something, didn't he? So, Old Snake Lady. Yeah, we are on easy here because I just want it to be easy. I think it's, when I play this game again, I will do hard puzzle difficulty, just to add a twist to it. We'll do like a harder version of the run. Yeah, Linehouse key. It's actually been a while since I've rewatched, well, I actually haven't rewatched any movie for a while. There's a few movies I'd like to rewatch, actually. But I've got so many, like, new things that I haven't seen before that I want to watch. I always kind of put off rewatching stuff now. I've got so many movies to watch for the first time that I always prioritize that. But I think, like, Jacob's Ladder and Alien and The Thing, things like that, I should probably rewatch those just because it's been a long time. Right, see if I can't actually hear very well here. I've got speakers instead of headphones, so probably won't even hear if we do get the whispers. There we go. We did get them. Apparently they're just stock. That's just stock audio from a CD somewhere. It's nothing special. But yeah, we're actually going to use the gun. We're going to break the plank only run for this run. We're actually just going to use the gun to speed this up. So yeah, I know I mentioned this previously, but we are starting, tomorrow is going to be the start of an RE marathon. We're going to be playing Resident Evil all through February, and of course playing Requiem when that comes out. I've already got it pre-ordered. Going to be playing that a lot when it comes out. Probably doing a video on it as well. So yeah, I'll be starting that tomorrow. If anybody's up for some Resident Evil, there's a lot of that coming. Okay. That was fun. Oh, thank you. Still sort of figuring out how I want the videos to be made, so that was kind of like a much more high effort thing. I'm like showing every bit of the gameplay, every bit of the items we pick up, you know, showing a lot more editing. It was hard work, but still figuring out how they're gonna go, you know. But thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, that was my favorite bit. That was my favorite bit in the video. That one actually made me laugh when I watched the video back. I laughed at my own joke. Oh, let's actually move before we get killed. Before we get unalived. There we go. Yeah, I think that's the kind of, I think I've kind of got my sort of my voice for the commentary. It's just on just how I want to present the gameplay. I'm still not 100% on that, but yeah, thank you, I appreciate that. And obviously, as you get along, you improve. You know, I watched a little bit of the first video back, and thought, oh, I could have delivered that better. You know, I could have done that better. But kind of as I go along, I'm gonna probably improve, and you know, that's just how it goes. You know, you try something new each time. I try and do some kind of different thing with the editing each time, or some kind of different thing each time. So, yeah, you know what, that would have been better if I wanted to put some movie footage in there, but I thought like, oh, it's gonna get the video, you know, banned or whatever. You know, I was like, is it worth the risk? It would have been better if I'd had James putting the tape in, and then I would have had like one of the really bad line deliveries showing on the TV, and then have James crying. But I was like, I don't know if I want to risk it. I know what YouTube copyright is like, you know. So I was just like, I'll play it safe. Well, you know, when Sean Bean, if I have a bit of Sean Bean's American accent in there, it would have been better. But I just didn't want to risk it. You put all that effort in, and then your video gets blocked because you had like 5 seconds of movie footage in. I didn't want to do that. All the music is from the game, so that was all right. Yeah, it's nice to know what bits people liked. That's helpful feedback.
You. It was you.
No, they don't. The PC version of 3 has like 1 bit of dialogue removed, I think.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Because the voice actress for Lisa in Silent Hill 1 like sued Konami and had her voice taken out of the game. But it's the HD collection that has all the re-recorded voices in. But you own it's only 3 where they're mandatory. You can still play HD collection with original voices. You can't play for 2. You can't do that for 3. But PC version is, yeah, pretty much entirely intact. For 2, it's entirely intact. For 3, it's very minor bits taken out. Not enough to affect it in any way. Yeah. So as far I haven't played the as far as I remember, the PS2 has Lisa's voice acting in, but the PC doesn't, because she threatened to sue them. I think they settled out of court, and they talk about it in the, I think it's in one of the Twin Perfect videos. They talk about that. It's got the details in. I'll have to watch that again, but I think that's how it went. And when you play the PC version, there's just no voice during that flashback. That's like the one part of the game where there's a flashback to Lisa's voice. Very minor. But it does make that scene worse, you know. It does affect that scene, because that's a good scene. Yeah. I've been wanting to use that clip. That's one of my favorite clips of his, where he talks about product placement. There's a bunch of David Lynch stuff I could use.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my...
Like it's even, the full clip's even better. Because if you watch the whole thing, you know, that the interviewer talks to him for a bit, and then he just goes, bullshit. That's how I feel. Bull fucking shit. Like, he really goes off. And then there's another clip where he talks about that interview, where he goes off even more. He just really, really hates it, you know.
See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you. I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
I'm kind of of the opinion that, like, in very minor ways, product placement can sometimes actually help.
Didn't you say she died?
It depends. It really depends on the situation. Like, it can add like realism to a situation sometimes if done right, or it can have some kind of meta commentary point, like in MGS4.
And that's
Is a really good example of that, where you're sort of highlighting the artificiality of the world we're in, you know, or showing how the product it is just a product. It's a money-making product rather than a work of art. That kind of thing. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's happened a lot. There's a bunch of things I've remembered that I could have made jokes about, but I'll probably do the game again at some point, so I'll have to like save them for that.
Yeah, it's still there. So the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad.
I bet it was. Look at like this as well. This would have been good for a joke. This about like the way Maria's like, oh, I bet it was. Look at you having sex with your wife. Oh, like that's kind of stupid, you know. That would have been good for a joke, but I just forgot. So
No, but
With all these monsters around?
no, I just...
yeah, like I think if you do it like as like a background detail subtly, it is when the characters are just like, you know, I'm kind of thirsty. I better take a drink from my Relentless branded energy drink can. Yeah. It can be like Yakuza, where like,
Hated her.
Don't be
you know, going around and having like drinks makes the world feel more realistic.
fine.
But then it can also be like The Simpsons, yeah, where you have in-universe things that make it feel like its own universe. Yeah, it depends what you want to go for. I think Yakuza is a good place where they originally did it because they just needed more money to make the game. But like going around the bars and having, you know, seeing Jack Daniels and Asahi on the menu and stuff like that, it works for that, you know? That's not like product placement making it feel cheap or devaluing it. It's a real place where you have real things to buy, you know? It works there, I would say. Then you also have like, I think like the healing items are much more of their own thing, you know? They're like an in-universe thing that are just specific to Yakuza, so that it kind of has a bit of both. Yeah. Oh, The Simpsons is a masterclass in that sort of thing, yeah. Really feels like its own little world. It takes effort to build a world like that, you know? Really, really well done. Right, we're gonna go for a bit of a walk here, because there's something else here that I suspect. This wasn't the intended route here, but there's kind of, if you get lost, if you go the wrong way here, there is a failsafe built in to put you back on track, so we'll show that off. But also there's something funny to show off on the way here. Yeah. There's so much you can learn from The Simpsons, you know. It's actually something I picked up from, The Simpsons, and also a few other things. Like, the idea that not everyone has to understand every joke that you do. Like, there's some references I made that are a bit niche. You know, a bit... Maybe not everyone's going to get every joke. But I kind of don't mind that. Like, watch out on the right here, by the way. You can see, they sit there waiting and then they fly in. Unlikely source of inspiration here. I've been watching Phineas and Ferb a lot. Just at work, when the kids have to stay in, we watch Phineas and Ferb. And there's so many jokes in that are like, they're too smart for kids, right? The kids aren't going to get those jokes, but I get them. And I kind of like that. The fact that there are things in there, they're not trying to make it understandable to every single person out there. They'll put references in and jokes in. The Simpsons did that. SpongeBob does that really well as well. Like where, you know, not everyone has to understand every single joke. Maybe you'll watch it when you're older and you'll get the joke then. Like, or maybe it's referencing something that the kids haven't heard of, you know. But then you watch it when you're older and you get the reference then. Like, that's kind of something I've taken where, like, if I make a reference to something, if everyone doesn't get it, that's fine. They might look it up. They might not care. That's kind of something I've taken from them. Those places. So yeah, Phineas and Ferb and SpongeBob SquarePants were a big inspiration for my writing. I definitely get that with The Simpsons for sure. You watch it now and there's all sorts of jokes in that you didn't get when you were a kid. And it's fine, you know, you still enjoy the show. Like there was a joke in Phineas and Ferb where they were like in a submarine and they spotted a red herring, and Phineas goes, "Oh, hey, look, Ferb, it's a red herring. Let's follow it and see where it takes us." Which is a brilliant joke because red herring means, you know, a detail that's meant to mislead, take you off course. And they spot a red herring and then they go off course and follow it. None of the kids got it, but I thought it was brilliant. So obviously when they get older, they'll watch it and they'll, oh, now I know what that joke was saying, you know? It's like, just because it's for kids doesn't mean it has to be stupid and dumbed down. It can still have good writing and good jokes and have some depth to it, you know? There's been loads of jokes like that where I'm laughing. You know? And then, you know, they'll watch it in a few years and they'll get it then. Oh, that's what he's looking at, handgun bullets. There's a map here. So yeah, if you get lost and you wander off here, James writing a map in his own blood here just before he dies. Circled the bowling alley there. So that's where we have to go next. Yeah, you get a lot of people making content like that, yeah. You get kind of ending explained for the most basic movies. That's kind of funny. Hey, Vic Holler. Welcome on in. Keep talking. I like listening to your voice while going to bed. I appreciate that. Hope you get a good rest. Yeah, I'm going to be on for a while, so I'll definitely be talking for quite a while. This is going to be... I'm going to play the whole game today. So, there'll be lots and lots of talking. Yeah, hope you get a good sleep, good rest. But, yeah, that's kind of nice to revisit some shows like that. And I really dislike when people say things like, they'll talk about kids shows, like if a game's made for kids and it's not very good, they'll say stuff like, oh, it doesn't have to be good, it doesn't have to be smart, it's for kids. I'm like, I'm sorry, no, that's not right. If, you know, things that are for kids can still be well written, can still be interesting, can still have good writing. Like, I can't quite think of the bit that's talking about. I remember some of the other Phineas and Ferb jokes. There must have been some great ones. Can't quite remember. Yeah, I'm not sure if I remember that. I get the gist of it. Yeah. Oh wait, we've just gone past the bowling alley. We do need to go to the gas station first. There is actually, because we're on New Game Plus here, we will actually get some extra lore here. We do get the pipe. So this pipe, I don't know who I was talking to about this the other day, about the pipe. Might have been Henry. Or you, I'm not sure, Pepper. But someone was talking about this. How they didn't realize that the pipe was an optional item. You can literally just walk past it and ignore it. Yeah. It definitely rewards, yeah, people who pay attention and watch them over and over again, which I did when I was a kid. I was a huge Simpsons fan when I was a kid. I used to just... I had them on VHS and then DVD, and I would just watch them over and over. They were always on TV as well back then, which was nice. Pretty cool. A cool custom there, by the way. Yeah, this only appears on New Game Plus. Book of Lost Memories. Yeah, exactly, yeah. You just assume it's not optional. Because it's just there, and everyone gets it, right? Lost Memory. The name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. Not political, by the way. Video games aren't political. No political real-world points being made here. They called this place the Place of the Silent Spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason the town was once abandoned by its residents. Hey bro, what's going on? Welcome on in. How's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, I gotta play the remake again. As soon as when I come to doing a video on it, I'm gonna play that game a lot. I'm gonna have to get quite good at it, play it a bunch of times. There will be a period of time where I'm playing that for like a month straight. Yeah, no politics here. It's just a game about a scary town. No real world points being made in this game, for sure. Let me drop a shout out here. I keep forgetting to give shout outs. I know I'm really bad, but I should give everybody shout outs. Just 1 second. Alright, there we go. Yeah, everyone gonna hit that follow button if you haven't. Leave for a bit, no problem. Yeah, thanks for checking out the video. Thanks for the feedback. It's really appreciated. Is there somewhere else we can go here now? No, I actually don't think there is anywhere really good to go now. Like, I'm not just gonna explore for the sake of it. Want to buy some stuff? Nice, nice. Have a nice time.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Heard
Yeah,
back?
I'm gonna try and get the next one out quicker. A month was a bit too long. Yeah, take care.
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh, you're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared.
Yeah, I feel like we need to take a day or two not working on video stuff, so I might just start the next one. I'll start the next one soon. I roughly know what I want to do. I think it's going to be RE3 next, but I want to do RE obviously because I'm doing RE streams, so.
They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me.
One of my favorite songs in the game here, by the way.
Find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
The music in this section is fire. Alone in the Town and Heaven's Night, back to back. Beautiful. This is one of my this game is one of the few game soundtracks where I actually listen to the soundtrack as an album. The soundtrack actually like works as an album from start to finish. Which even for like soundtracks that I really love isn't normally the case. Like Valhalla is like that. I listen to the music a lot from Valhalla, but it's way too long to be like an album that has an album like flow, you know. Silent Hill 2, you can listen to that start to finish and it just works. All right, we'll stand and vibe for a minute then. My guitar part was the bit I wanted to hear the most. There we go, we can carry on now. Very Portishead inspired here. That's something I've been meaning to do. I've actually listened to Portishead for a while. Every once in a while I'll just go back to them and listen to their albums. I've got a live show on. I've actually got a DVD. One of the few DVDs, music DVDs I still own is Portishead Roseland Ballroom show. Amazing show. Love them.
Eddie?
Love Portishead. If you're a Silent Hill fan and you haven't heard Portishead, just listen to them straight away.
Met in the apartment.
You'll just hear Silent Hill straight away in it.
I remember, but
Like even the stuff that Yamaoka's inspired by doesn't quite have the same feeling to it, you know? But that does. Definitely a case of like one band in a scene being just so much better than everyone else. None of that, like I like a lot. I like that some other of that sort of, you know, Bristol trip hop type stuff, but Portishead are just so much better than everyone else that like nothing else hits the same.
This town is full of monsters.
How can you sit there and eat delicious Domino's pizza?
fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
There was a bit I had planned for the video, which I ended up cutting. I thought it would have been a bit much, a bit controversial, but basically I was going to have this extra dialogue here,
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name.
And then have Not Like Us by Kendrick playing there. But I thought that was a bit controversial. Just accusing Eddie of being some kind of dodgy sex pest there. I thought that was a bit much, so I didn't do that. Some handgun bullets at the end here. You know, there's some things that you have to cut, you know. There's some things that it's sensible to cut.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
You might think it's a bad idea to be having an energy drink in the evening. And to that I would say, yeah, you're probably right. However, you know, whatever. I'm gonna be sleeping in. Probably gonna be going to bed quite late, sleeping in the morning. Get some chill time in tomorrow, get a workout in. Yeah, we are still streaming tomorrow as well, so but like I'm thinking I'll do some PS1 RE stuff, so it's sort of like short runs. I'll probably just do like a few of those, few short runs. I think that's kind of my plan that I have at the moment, is do some PS1 stuff tomorrow, and then in the week we'll play Village. Like Tuesday, I'll start Village. I haven't played that since launch. Haven't played the DLC for it, so we're gonna just do a nice long playthrough of Village. That's gonna be like the main thing that I wanted to do for the RE marathon.
She went through there.
Was to replay Village before RE9. And then...
Any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
Yeah, I have a list of stuff in my head that I want to do, so we'll just see how much we can do. I definitely want to do RE1 remake. I definitely want to do original RE4. I definitely want to do... I'd maybe like to do 2 and 3 remakes. I'm not sure about that yet, but maybe Code Veronica again.
No good. It's locked.
I'm just going to see where it takes me. If I can get anyone to play co-op with me, maybe we could do RE5. I do have a week off work in the in February, so maybe that would be a good time to do that. When I've got more sort of time. I've only played RE5 co-op once before with Shelley, and that was really fun. So I wouldn't mind doing another co-op sort of thing. But of course, you know, it's normally I can't do co-op type stuff with because I have a very, very limited window to stream in normally on weekdays. It's basically like 5 PM to like 9 PM ish. So if other people don't fit into that tiny window of time, then I can't do it. But when I have time off work, I could sort of do it whenever. I could stream in the morning if I wanted to, you know, if it would fit somebody else's schedule. So a bit more freedom there. Liquor bottles, I don't need that right now. Not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. This is like the only time in the game when James's drinking is really referenced. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. And if you click on it again, there's nothing. It only tells you that once. That's a very easy to miss detail. I actually like one scene. Probably my favorite like original scene in the remake is in Heaven's Night, where James is kind of looking at the drink. It kind of subtly implies his drinking issue. It kind of subtly implies this. Really well done scene. I love that scene. There's some things added to the remake that I don't like, but that's a really good one. That's taking a small detail here and actually making a good scene out of it. You know, something that's just text here. I think that was a really, really good bit. Kind of this whole section in the remake is really good, actually. It kind of has that sort of has a bit of scripted set piece about it around this point in the remake, but really good. I really like it. Don't mind that at all. I'm really looking forward to playing that again, actually. Like I say, when it comes time to play that again, we're going to go hard on Silent Hill 2 Remake. I'll be playing it multiple times, recording it for a video. I think that's kind of how this is going to go, you know? I'll sort of obsess over one game for a while, play it loads and loads for a video, and then move on to something else. Kind of how that cycle's going to have to go, I think. This sign, by the way, is in the remake, and a lot of people got upset about it because they thought they were making Silent Hill 2 woke by adding in a pregnant woman on the sign. It's in the remake. It's in the original. It's right here in the original. Bunch of tourists who never played the original, trying to use my game for their culture war bullshit. Maybe if they spent the time they spend being dickheads actually playing the original game, they might be able to speak with some knowledge and authority, but that's not going to happen, is it? They don't actually care about video games, they just want to use it to spread their horse shit, you know? Just latch on to any big release to try and spread their right-wing nonsense. Surprised that hasn't happened with Requiem, to be fair. It probably does. I don't have Twitter anymore, so I don't see any of this stuff. There probably is someone out there being like, Resident Evil Wokeweum, more like. This game's gonna fail. Because it has woman in it. Something, whatever nonsense they come out with, I don't know. I've been a lot happier since I deleted Twitter, I have to say. My brain is gradually becoming unfried from having people's absolute gibberish spewed at me day in, day out on Twitter. It's helping me out quite a lot. I feel a lot happier since I deleted Twitter. I actually read books and watch movies without having to pick my phone up every 5 minutes. It's been good. Definitely recommend it. If you're still on Twitter, firstly, why? Second of all, delete it immediately. You'll see your life improve quite a lot. Gonna beach in the sea, by the way, is the sign here. Gonna beach in the sea. Hey, Ronan, what's going on? Welcome on in. How's it going? Good to see you. That little bump you do there. I did that as its own little clip in the video. That was pretty funny. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Something is written on it. Deleted all my social media and life got so much better. Yeah. Like I still have Instagram. Instagram actually makes my life better though, because I just see music and art on there. That's all I see is people's game collections, their vinyl collections, their book collections, their artwork. I see like music, clips of songs and live performances. So that actually helps. That makes my life better. And I use it to promote stuff, you know. But like, yeah, as much of it as you can delete. Is probably a good idea. Deleting Twitter was such a good choice. I'm so glad I did that. Because I would literally, I'd be sitting there, right? I'd be reading a book, and I would finish a chapter straight away. Book goes down, phone comes out. I'm just on Twitter again. I'm like, what am I doing? My brain is completely fried on this stuff. This is not how I want to live my life. So one day I just got rid of it. It was just a good choice. Yeah. Especially, you know, and I'm not so much up on like, I don't really know what's happening in politics in my country now. I've just completely like, that was like my main source of hearing about it. But like, all I would ever do is get upset because I know I'm just going to get upset about it. So, kind of removing myself from like having it all day every day. Like, you know, you can watch the news now and again and get the news, but having it all day every day and just all day every day seeing things that made me feel upset was just not good for me. You know. Good choice. This memo here is pretty vital for how the world actually works here. This is a really important memo. Purple Ball Key there, by the way. They actually made official Purple Ball Key replicas. I think they're about £20, and I didn't buy one. Which shows how much I've grown up, I suppose, in that a couple of years ago I would have bought that happily. Only be on Instagram. Yeah, I feel like if you use I'm specifically using Instagram just in like I have two accounts, one for books and one for like other stuff, game posts, movie posts. And I'm literally just using it to make my own posts of like my collections and like I say, look at art, look at other people's collections to have like music recommendations. And that's a pretty healthy thing. Like I can scroll through that for 5 minutes, put my phone down, and be done with it. You know, I feel like that's a pretty healthy thing to do. And obviously, you know, I post the stream links on there. I post the video links on there. But that can actually be like an overall positive, I would say. Took it off my phone. Yeah, like if it's sort of there on your phone, it's intruding on it. That's definitely a good choice. Yeah. Like there's to a certain degree, you have to have some of them. If you're making anything, if you're making music or you're making videos or you're doing streams, like in some way you have to have something, right? It'd be very hard to be a Twitch streamer and to just have Twitch, you know, and to only promote yourself through Twitch and have nothing else. Like, I feel like that would be hard to do, but yeah. Actually, something on Instagram that I found quite interesting was someone made a video that was like, you know, we need to bring back MP3 players because listening to music on phones is miserable because there's so many other distractions on there. And you know, MP3 players were so much better for, and I agree with that. I think I'm going to buy an iPod again. Because just having everything on your phone, where you've got the internet on your phone, you've got social media, you've got everything else, videos and streams on your music playing device. Like, it is horrible. I tried the other day, I was on the train the other day, and I tried listening to Spotify on my phone with the free version. It was awful. So unbearable. Like, I don't have premium, so it played a random song from the album. And then the song finished, and then it had a minute-long advert before the next song. And I was like, what are we even doing here? I've got to pay them £12 a month, otherwise this is my music experience. Like, I'm going to buy an iPod. This is, I don't even try listening to music on my phone now. I'm literally going to go off like and buy an iPod. It was so much better. I had an iPod for like 12 years. The same iPod was like, it was literally functioning for over a decade. I don't know how, but it did. It lasted forever and it was amazing. I loved it. Just a machine that just plays your music. Like, we need that back. 100% need that back. There are people who do like custom iPods now. I'm going to get one of those. They'll like put like custom batteries in that last longer and custom hard drives in them, but it's still like the same shell as like an iPod Classic or whatever you choose, you know. 100% going to get one of those. So yeah, this memo here is pretty important for understanding the world here. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. But this to me kind of gets rid of that idea that there's like multiple dimensions, you know. There's like the real dimension, then there's the foggy dimension. It's like, it's not as clear cut as that. That's the movie that does that, not the games. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. But this is kind of something that's a bit more unique to Silent Hill 2, is that like everyone has their own version of the town that they see. Like the manifestations are just unique to them. But they are manifested into real life just for that person, you know. And they can intersect, you know. We do see things from Angela and Eddie's perspective as well. So these are, you know, the monsters that are manifested are real. They are manifested into the real world. There's not some alternate dimension where they've traveled to, you know, which is kind of what the film suggests. That's a very simplistic sort of explanation, which isn't really in the games at all. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. Alright. Oh, I saw something the other day, actually. It was really interesting. Well, it was really nostalgic in a way. I saw an article about but for the new Silent Hill movie, and there was an article in like like a mainstream newspaper, like the Daily Mirror or something in Britain. And it was like, you know, Silent Hill fans are learning that there's a dark secret behind the story of Silent Hill. And it was talking about Centralia again. That was so nostalgic. People talking about, oh, the town of Centralia was an inspiration for Silent Hill. Like, it was this big discovery. Oh, look, this, like, it has nothing to do with the games. And Silent Hill fans have, you know, complained about that for years. People claiming, you know, that it's fact that this town was inspiration for, you know, they had coal mine fires under the town and it inspired the games. Like, no. But it was kind of nostalgic seeing that level of nonsense peddled again, you know. It brought me back to a simpler time. Rip CDs into MP3. I don't even have a CD drive on my PC anymore. I'd have to buy a CD drive to do that. But, you know, it's kind of a thing now, isn't it? I don't know if it's just like a trend that people are following to have physical media again and to have old tech again. But that's an old tech that needs to come back because that was better. MP3 players were actually better than just having your phone play your music. I just go all in with it. Buy another PC, an old school PC that has a CD drive. Get you know, visualizers on there, music players with visualizers on there, Winamp skins going on there. Yeah, they've got, yeah, the sound quality has gotten worse and everyone's just okay with it now. It's always convenient. It's on our phone. I gotta be careful not to shoot Maria here. Ow. Yeah, like you do actually notice a difference. Like, I'll sort of download something from Bandcamp in like the highest quality. Like if there's a new release, I'll buy it on Bandcamp and download it in like FLAC and listen to it. Like there is quite a noticeable difference for, you know, there's certain types of music I like that there isn't really much point in. Like if you're listening to some, you know, some black metal album that was recorded on a potato in 1992 in Norway, then maybe not too much to worry about in terms of audio quality, but for most music, it is nice to have the higher quality, yeah. Yeah, you feel like we've just gotten used to things being worse. Like, I've seen that from a few times from people where they've, like, introduced the idea of CDs to their children, and the children are like, what? You can just pay once and own the music forever? And you don't have to pay a subscription? Like, the idea of just buying your music is some new thing to kids now.
I just pricked myself.
I can just pay £10 and own the music forever. What? Yeah. Like, yeah, you can. The only reason I don't buy physical music is just because how expensive it is. Usually, like, and the stuff I like is really expensive, is like specifically expensive. Like I like a lot of bands from Japan, for example, and getting CDs and vinyl from Japan would just be like obscenely expensive. I did think about, because I've been getting into jazz a lot recently, and I thought about, what if I just bought jazz albums on vinyl? Because that's like it's going to be a very limited amount of stuff. But like, I did actually look into that when I went shopping last weekend. But like, the selection was tiny, and there were like, the few things I wanted were like, I think it was like £40 plus for an album on vinyl, for just one vinyl single LP. I was like, that would bankrupt me. Just buying a few records would bankrupt me. Like, and even CDs are like, some CDs will be up to like £18-20. Like, if I could spend £10 on a CD, I'd have a huge CD collection, you know? I could get them for, but like, it just feels like everything physical for music is just really expensive. But yeah, I have huge collections of I have a huge collection of games and movies and books as well. So, starting another collection, is that necessary? Okay, no funny codes here. One time we had 66699 here. yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about, is that I would buy a vinyl. I'd buy my first vinyl and realize how much better it is, and then and there was a point in my life when I almost did it. There was like a fork in the road where I would have, if I'd made a slightly different decision one day, I would now have like thousands of vinyls, and I'd be thousands of pounds down. I remember I was in a supermarket in I don't remember exactly when it was, but there was a copy of Appetite for Destruction by Guns N' Roses, brand new sealed vinyl. It was like £5, like super cheap. One of my favorite albums ever. It's probably my favorite rock album ever. No, it's up there at least. And if I just on that day, if I'd thought, go on then, I'll buy it, I would now have I would have a huge shelf full of vinyl here. I would have about £10,000 less in the bank. I just, in a way, I'm sort of glad I didn't, but yeah, it would be nice. Just one small decision that day could have changed my life forever. But like, there's so many bands that I like. There's so many different types of music. You know, people say that I like a bit of everything. That is actually me. I'm not saying that just for the sake of it. I like, classic heavy metal, thrash metal, black and death metal, power metal. Then I like jazz and classical. I like trip hop, like synthwave, dungeon synth, hip hop. Just if I was to list off the albums I wanted to buy, there'd be about 200 albums, and that would be like scratching the surface. So it would absolutely bankrupt me if I was to start that, I think, and buy everything I wanted. It would be a bad financial choice. Yeah, I've never really grown out of any kind of music. I just like add more stuff on. Like, I still like the same stuff I liked when I was like 13 and 14 for the most part. There's just other stuff that I like as well. Like, you can blame GTA Vice City for getting me into the metal stuff. That's where I first heard quite a few of those bands, the classic bands. Where I first heard Slayer and Iron Maiden. Oh, it's not the first time I heard Iron Maiden, but first time I heard Slayer, Megadeth, Motley Crue, Anthrax. Loads of stuff like that. You can also blame Weird Source, I guess, but you can also blame Chris Jericho. Because I was a big WWE fan growing up, so I listened to Fozzy. And the first 2 Fozzy albums are full of classic metal covers. So there's like Accept, Iron Maiden, Motley Crue, on Scorpions, Judas Priest, them doing covers of all that stuff. So then I listened to all those bands because of him and those Fozzy albums, and between those two, that set me off on a path for life. That was basically how it happened. Although it's also Resident Evil played a part as well, because I was a big Resident Evil fan when I was a kid, and I remember watching a Resident Evil fan-made video for the first game, and the soundtrack to that was Enter Sandman by Metallica, and I was like, "Whoa, this is a good song." I remember I had on my iPod, I had like loads of pop stuff on my iPod, and there was like a few rock songs on there, and that was one of them. But before I really got into the heavy, the rock and metal stuff, there was like Elton John, Robbie Williams, stuff like that, and then just Metallica in the middle, one Metallica song in the middle of all that. That was pretty funny. Yeah, I feel like anyone who's in like their kind of early to mid 30s, if they played games around that time, with PS2, GTA probably was a big thing. It probably, it got them into some kind of music, depending, Yeah, a lot of the pop stuff as well definitely came from there as well. That's a banger, yeah. That's the first place I heard Kate Bush, actually. Most people would be like, Running Up That Hill or Wuthering Heights. It was WoW for me, from Vice City. I'm a big Kate Bush fan now, so... Yeah, whenever any of those songs come on, I think I remember this actually. Whenever any of those songs come on now, I'm gonna sing along. Like, actually, I don't know how many people played, Vice City Stories, but Vice City Stories, the soundtracks were just as good. They had like the same quality of tracks on there.
I'm kind of tired.
And I was so happy when Vice City Stories came out, because I was obsessed with Vice City when I was younger. And being able to play Vice City in the car, it was like,
Just to hang out.
whoa, I can play Vice City in the car. I can take Vice City with me wherever I go. This is amazing. It was like genuinely, I was so happy when that came out. Because I like GTA 3, but it wasn't like... I used to live in Vice City, basically. I would come home.
I'm gonna go look for
I would come home and I would like put Vice City on. Might not even play it. I might just have the radio on. And it was just my background noise. And I would basically, yeah, basically just a resident of Vice City. I'd have the radio on from Vice City permanently. That was like my Friday night. If I was watching like say SmackDown was on, I would have Vice City on my little DVD player. Or I'd have like a game on the little DVD player, portable DVD player, and I would have Vice City on the TV. It was just always on. Yeah, I recommend Vice City Stories is maybe not as good of a game, but definitely for that time, still worth playing, still a very good game. And definitely for that time, it was such a novelty to have something that good. You know, that, you know, you could, the whole city was there. You know, you could explore the whole city, just like in the PS2 game. PSP was, honestly, I think PSP is an underrated console. I think PSP is really, really great console. You could emulate PS1 on there as well. Played so much Ridge Racer on there. Metal Gear Acid on there. Those were great games. There's some real bangers on the PSP. I got so good at Ridge Racer on PSP. I spent so much time on that. I remember there's like, at the end of one of those games, there's like a secret level, which is like, you know, super hard mode. And like the developers were like, you know, even like, you know, barely any of us could beat it. And I managed to beat it. This like super hard bonus level that was like, none of the developers could even beat themselves. I had to cheese my way through it, but I did it. Yeah, I was obsessed with that. That's the only, I think that's the game I've been like really good at in my life, where I like really, really put time into it and got really, really good at it, was Ridge Racer on the PSP. Completely useless skill. But, and Ridge Racer 7 on PS3 as well. That game still looks so good. That might still be the best looking game on PS3, especially considering it's 1080p, runs at 60 FPS. It's aged so well. It looks amazing now even. Like, so many PS3 games had such bad performance that even if they look nice, they're not fun to play. That game looks amazing, plays amazing, still now. That would definitely be, like, up there in terms of PS3 games for me. Probably, like, the one that's still exclusive that's the best, I would say. Because there's other stuff that's been ported and is better elsewhere. But something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. My destiny. I've still got my PS3 out here, actually. I could definitely, kind of want to boot that up now. Maybe tomorrow morning. Get some Ridge Racer 7 going. I really don't use the PS3 for much anymore, just because everything's been ported. Or it emulates, like, Demon Souls emulates really well at 60 FPS now. I'm gonna play Demon Souls on the emulator, you know, there's not really much reason to get the PS3 out nowadays. But it's nice that all the exclusives have been ported, you know, that everyone can play them now. Mostly. MGS4, come on, get a move on. May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th, still raining. Talk with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th, rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th, rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. Yeah, I really hope it's in the Master Collection, Volume 2. And even if you do play it on PS3, the performance is so bad. It really is unbearable in times. So just get a full 60 FPS version of MGS4 on PC, PS5. That's what we need, really. That's what we I would play that game. I would play that game so much more if it was on PC or PS5 or whatever. Yeah, this diary here. You might think this sounds a lot like Mary. It's supposed to, but it's not Mary. It's not actually Mary because she never was in hospital in Silent Hill. She only visited. But this is kind of meant to mirror Mary. Yeah, obviously. But like this here where like she's saying that she wants to die. You know, you kind of think maybe this is James like, you know, trying to justify what he did. Well, Mary, you know, Mary's like this. Mary wants to die, right? So what I did wasn't that bad because she wanted it. Something like that, you know. It could be seen in that light. It's clear outside. The doctor's told me I've been released and I've got to go home. But then there's also the fact that it cuts off here and it's on a roof. So you could read into that, you know, a suicidal patient on a roof. I don't know if that's the implication or not. I have no idea, but let's go and check out this fence. Nice fence. The metal net is rusty and falling apart. It looks like if I push hard enough, I could move it away. Pyramid Head just waits for us to end the text here, by the way. He's just waiting. He's chilling. And this scene indicates really like the nature of Pyramid Head as well. Like, you think of him as sort of a Nemesis creature, but like he's the complete opposite of Nemesis. He's, you know, he attacks you for sure, but he's also guiding you through the town. Like, you wouldn't have gotten to where you need to be if he hadn't done that. Similar to Valtiel in Silent Hill 3, he's there to like watch over you and in a way to make sure you get to where you need to be, that you get to learning the truth and what have you. So he's sort of, you know, punisher and sort of not protector exactly, but you know, he guides you in a way. Make sure that you do see, you know, learn what you've done and suffer for it, you know. 7676. I got so lucky one time. There's like a little clip in my video where like one time I got lucky and I got 6969 as the code here. Bit of luck, but I'll take it. I'll make something out of it. I swear that's true. You can see there's footage of it. I made it highlight on Twitch and it's in the new video, so. That's kind of something I'll be doing when I make more videos. I'll play the game on stream a bit, just because sometimes things like that happen. You get a bit of good content. You get a bit of luck. That is luck, you know. I couldn't make that happen. There's no way I can program in 6969 into the game. But it's lucky, you know. You can sort of... There is like a speedrunning tool where you can set the RNG to be the same. I'm on the wrong floor, aren't I? You can set the RNG to be set each time, so you don't get random puzzles. What am I doing? Oh, it is the third floor, isn't it? Where we get... Stupid. How many times have I played this game now? And I'm still getting things wrong. I better take a break in a minute. It's been like 2 hours, 20 minutes, and I haven't taken a break. I normally take one about every hour and a half. Roughly, but I've just been enjoying this so much, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it's a code, isn't it? What am I doing? I'm a bit tired today, so I probably will make some mistakes. 7676. One of these is 7676. I think it's this one. This is the second one you get. Can't even put numbers in. And I've already forgotten what this one is, so we're gonna look it up. 3418. There we go. Yeah, let's carry on. Yeah, we are going to do the whole game today, however long it takes. Probably take slightly more frequent breaks than that. It's not healthy to sit on sit there for hours and hours on end. Yeah, the box is empty. But we'll see. Yeah, once we get through this first part of the hospital, the second one is actually like really short. Like, it still surprises me now how short this second part is. It's like super short. You know, you kind of expect from the first game you have like two equally lengthy parts. You know, you have like the regular version and then like the nightmare version, and they're sort of equally weighted. But not really here. It's weird. This is one of the few parts of the game that actually has that same structure as the first game. You know, you have like two versions of the same place. It's weird that like the apartments don't really do that. It's a bit of a break from the design of the first game, which I quite like. This game definitely sort of stands on its own. In terms of story, it has some links to the previous game, but they're very, very tenuous. And definitely in terms of like game design, it's a bit different as well, you know. That's why this is, you know, people will recommend this one as like the first game to play, or you know, you can play this and then play the others, which is, I think, is a good idea, honestly. I think this is a brilliant first game to play in the series. I don't disagree with that a bit.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
Yeah, I've played the remake twice.
How do you know about...
around launch. Haven't played it since then.
Why can't you just...
I mostly really like it.
Yell at me if I don't.
No.
I'd say there's a couple of issues I have with it, but I mostly really like it. I'd say there's the labyrinth section
Mary.
is the weakest part. It's far too long. Some of the story changes, you know, some of the character changes I'm not so keen on. But there's also some stuff that's added that I really like, so... And I think the combat is really fun, really great survival horror combat. You know, it's clunky and weighty and risky, but still feels quite smooth. You know, smooth enough to play where it's not annoying. You know, really, same with Silent Hill F. Both of those get a really nice balance of
We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid.
feeling like survival horror games, but just modernizing enough so that it's like not super frustrating to play. I feel like that's a balance that both of those games get really well.
Wait. Something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is...
I think overall I still prefer this, just because this is once in a lifetime, lightning in a bottle type thing.
Yes.
Gonna be hard to beat this, you know, for me. And I think the pacing of this original game is
Come on.
just a lot stronger. You have like the same structure in the remake, but everything is just, every section is way longer. So it knocks the pacing off a bit. But, you know, few issues, but overall, you know, really, really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to playing it multiple times soon, so it must be good. And I'm a mega, as you can hear, I'm a mega fan of this game. I'm obsessed with it, you know. So if I can say that I love it, and most other Silent Hill fans seem to really like it as well, you know. So yeah, pretty successful stuff, you know, pretty successful remake, I think. I wouldn't have thought it was the best choice before it came out, but it came out well. I think 1 is a better choice, because 1 is, even for me, who's played it a million times, 1 is a clunky game to play. It is, the actual playing of that game, it's not good for the thumbs, you know? My hands don't agree with playing Silent Hill 1 anymore. So I can just imagine how somebody who's not used to survival horror games would feel about it, so really good idea to remake that one, honestly. Right, we can use weapons on this, luckily. Don't have to use the plank anymore. Yeah. I think the reaction to the reaction being really positive to those games, people really liking it, you know, them coming out well is really good. But also it kind of proves, like, people were always like, would always defend things like Origins and Homecoming and be like, oh man, Silent Hill fans are just impossible to please, you know. So then they brought out a bunch of good games and everyone loves them. Like, no, we're not impossible to please, we just want good games. You can please Silent Hill fans by making good games, who knew? You make a good Silent Hill game, Silent Hill fans are going to enjoy it. Shocking stuff. You know? I enjoyed both of those games. I enjoy the direction the series is going. Getting onto the Resident Evil tracks of remake, new game. I'm okay with remakes as long as we're getting new games as well. Like Silent Hill F was great, you know? I really enjoyed that. So if we get Silent Hill 1 remake and then there's another original game, we know there are other original games coming. Great, you know? I guess if they're doing 1, they'll have to do 3 as well. I think 3 plays a lot better than both 1 and 2. So the original 3 isn't as in need of a remake. You could re-release 3 in its original form and it would be pretty, like... It would be pretty palatable to, you know, even modern players now. I think 3 is probably the one that's like... That's like the height of, like, survival horror... you know, like controls and gameplay and, you know, actually like it's a really like nice game to play now, you know. Super smooth to play. I don't think you really have many people would really have that issue of like, oh, it's so old, it's so clunky. I think 3 is really smooth. Like even other good survival horror games with good controls like RE3 still feels a bit old-fashioned, you know, it still feels like a PS1 game. I think Silent Hill 3... Obviously, visually, it still looks amazing now, but I'm sure they will still remake it, you know, eventually. Even as unnecessary as I think that might be. If you got a direct sequel to a remake you've already done, why not do that as well? I understand why 2 came first as well. Like, even if I think 1 should have happened first, 2 is more popular. 2 makes more money. That's it. That's all there is to it. Well, if we remake the game that everyone likes the most, we'll make more money. Let's do that. That's as far as that conversation went, I imagine. Which one will make Graph go higher? 2. Do that then. That's it. Done. Yeah, I know, right? Turns out if you actually spend more than 50p on making your game, and you get a team that know what they're doing to make the game. You don't just give it to any random developer and give them no budget, and they come out with a game that barely works. You know, you actually put some effort in, and people like it. Amazing stuff, you know? Why can't, why can't people just, like, take whatever slop they're given and enjoy it because it has the word Silent Hill on the box? Turns out you actually have to make games good for people to like them. I know, right? To be fair, I can find something to like about most of the Western games. Just not Origins. Actually, Origins has some good puzzles, but it's such a miserable game in every other respect that I can't defend it because it has some good maths puzzles in it, you know. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I can't read today. But I will never ever go back there. Precious ring, Lord of the Rings reference right there. Got the dry cell battery, the basement storeroom key. You have to get the battery first. The game requires you to get that because otherwise you would soft lock in the insect room later on. I'm gonna do a Homecoming video at some point. Because I played Homecoming a little while ago on hard mode, and it was actually more fun. I don't know how that works, but it was better on hard mode. So I definitely want to do it. I've already done that challenge. I don't have the footage, so I'm gonna have to do it again. But I know that I can do it quite easily. So that would be a fun one to do. Gotta get some enjoyment out of Homecoming where you can. Not from the story, I can tell you that. James is a bit peckish now. Nope, locked. All the good snacks are in there, man. Sad times. So yeah, we can only go up by elevator here. So we got the basement storeroom key. I think we did. Yeah. We got the examination room key and didn't use it, because we just... If you know the code, you don't need to. One thing Resident Evil did actually stopped you from doing that at one point, where there's a door with a code and it just says you don't know the passcode, which is pretty funny. That they stopped you from doing that on... Wait, do I have to go down the elevator? Oh, yeah, I have to open it from here, don't I? I forget. I don't know. I know we can go out to the stairs on one of the floors. Yeah, this one's broken. Okay, so we have to go to this third floor, which we can, and then we can go down from there to the basement. Bit awkward, this area. Then you have to go from the basement up to the third floor, then bring Maria down to the second floor, and then go back up to the third floor to use this door. So there's not actually much to do, but it's just a bit roundabout, you know. There's a lot of rooms here actually. We should try and tick off. Ow. I think it's just ammo though. There's no actual key items here. The only key items are the 2 rings. There's a ring in the basement and there's a ring in the fridge. That's it. That's all you need to leave this area. But there are like supplies in some of these rooms, I guess. Oh yeah, and because we're doing a story run, we also have to read the lore. She's an angel. No one knows, only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. That's James there, falling from the weight of his crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. Lovely stuff. Lovely bit of poetry there. Yeah, I think there's a few good signs there's things to be optimistic about the future of Silent Hill, honestly. Like, I'm kind of glad it's just back, you know, in the form it's in now. The fact that we have actual money being spent on the games is a good sign. The fact that it's not just being handed off to any random developer with no budget. which is basically what that's basically why you get things like Downpour, barely functional games. The fact that we have people in charge of the series who, you know, want to set out to make different, interesting things. That they read books, they're inspired by books. They aren't just inspired by Silent Hill 2, just ripping that off endlessly. That's pretty good. The fact that, yeah, like Silent Hill F wasn't just a rip-off of Silent Hill 2. You feel like every Western game, every non-Team Silent game was just Silent Hill 2 again. Or there's someone with a dark past and the town is manifesting their guilt and all this stuff that's just Silent Hill 2 again. Like, it actually has something different going on, you know? Yeah, the games actually feel like games that have had effort and money put into them now, which is good stuff. It's a good sign. You just like the performance of those games. You know, you play Silent Hill 2 Remake and Silent Hill F on I played them both on PS5. They looked great, ran great. Even just that, compare that to, like, go and play Downpour on a PS3, an actual physical PS3. Bloody hell. I emulate it now and it runs better. But play that on a console and you are not going to have a good time. Screen tearing and single-digit frame rates. Awful. Just unbearable.
James.
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you.
And sometimes when you emulate things, you forget what the original experience is like.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
The some reason there is because Maria still has some of Mary's memories. So Mary knew Laura, obviously, so Maria feels like she should take care of Laura. Like, in Mary's letter, she said that she wanted to adopt Laura. And we see that in Born from a Wish as well, which we probably won't have time to play today. But in Born from a Wish, great moment from that where you find a teddy bear in the mansion. And Maria says, Laura would love it. I bet Laura would love it. Laura? Who am I talking about? So she knows the name Laura before she even meets her here. But she doesn't exactly know who she is. She just has that name in her head. Because it was, you know, because of Mary's memories being part of her. There's a couple of pieces of evidence to show that Maria does have Mary's memories. You know, of course she talks about, you know, the videotape we made and all that stuff as well. But some more subtle signs there. So all we really have to do now is go back to the fridge. Go and open the fridge and then we can leave. So we just but we have to do it in kind of an awkward way here. I am going to skip the trick or treat voice because it's just kind of long and it's not that exciting to listen to. But I will get a nice message from the trick or treat guy to chat here. To everyone in chat who's watching. There we go. That'll do. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Appreciate you all.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, so now we have our rings. We can leave. We luckily on lower difficulties here, Pyramid Head doesn't bother us on the way out. I think this wouldn't have been an issue for doing normal plank only. I think you can still get out on normal. You absolutely cannot get out without guns on hard. 100%. And even with guns, I had such a hard time when I played on hard mode a little while ago. Beat the game on hard mode. But this section coming up, this chase, was so ridiculously difficult on hard. Like you had to learn the exact place you can stand to shoot Pyramid Head and all this stuff. You have to shoot him. It was absolutely horrible. There's a couple of points on hard that are just really, really horrible. Like the twin Pyramid Heads were actually all right. I didn't have too much trouble with them, but the final boss, I had to cheese the final boss. It was unbearable. It was so hard. I had to find an invisible wall to hide behind and shoot her from there. It was awful. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. I'm sure people out there, some bad man out there has done plank only hard mode, but that's not me. You can cheese the abstract daddy boss. Another way to do that. I couldn't pull it off to save my life. I couldn't pull it off. Otherwise, I would have done normal for the plank only run, but it was just I just couldn't get it. Couldn't do it. Wasn't fun to do at all, so I just didn't. Yeah, so Maria sort of dying over and over again. It's supposed to just sort of remind James, let James know, you know, this is what you did to Mary, reminding him of his crimes, you know. I think I went the long way around there, but hey ho. Alright, here we go. Onwards and upwards. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. Excuse me. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map, there's a letter and a wrench. Yeah, we have a nice little chill section here now. We do need to go back to the bar for some optional stuff. The message from earlier is still there, but there's an added message now. Yeah, I really like the pacing of this section. They definitely changed this in the remake, because rather than being like a really chill section now in the remake, it's much more of a combat gauntlet, which I don't know. I like the fact that this is very chill. Even though there's more enemies out here now, you can avoid them all. Even on hard, you just run past them. But this is much more of a chill I think there's much more of a you know, a solid pacing to this, where you have a really frantic hospital section and then it's chill for a bit. Then you go back and, you know, go to the prison and all that stuff, and it's, you know, it kind of ebbs and flows like that. Whereas this part on the remake is quite difficult combat, you know. There's a sure way of taking. He's starting to get the inkling here that Mary is But, this whole thing is like a punishment for him. This is your way of taking revenge. That's something else that all my favorite games have in common. They have those peaks and valleys. You have really like, you know, really high octane action bits or horror bits, and then things calm down for a bit. You know, Metal Gear Solid is great at that. Really good for that. You know, you always get some really chill section of jungle exploration after a boss fight. You know. Or, you know, you have some section where it's just like, just some simple light stealth after a really tough encounter. Of course, actually, that's one area where cutscenes actually work. I think is when they're like a breather after a boss fight. Where the cutscene actually helps you sort of decompress. You've had a really tough encounter with a boss, and you do get to chill out for a bit. So I think that's something where, like, if something's all gameplay all the time, it doesn't always happen, you know. So a cutscene actually works kind of well like that. MGS is really good for that, you know. Even if they're too long sometimes, it does kind of work in the game's favor for pacing. I think. Unless it's MGS4, which the cutscenes are unbearably long in that game. And of course the story actually has to be good, which, again, MGS4, debatable whether that's the case or not. So you recognize these enemies here. These were in the remake, but they were much more of a featured enemy in the remake. They are here in the original. They're just kind of in the background here. And they were much more of a featured enemy in 3. It was the first main monster in 3. So I kind of consider them more of a 3 thing than a 2 thing, even though they're here. But it was a good fight in the remake. Good fight with these things. Can't complain too much. That moment might fall a bit flatter now in the 3 remake. Because, you know, that monster's big appearance has already been used up. But, I suppose that's a problem for them in the future. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. Seems strange having that there, because if you find this... It's unlikely to find this trailer before the bar. But this trailer's supposed to guide you to the bar. I don't know if that's really something that's going to happen, so... Yep, so we go to the bar now. There's just like first aid kits. Like if you were going to do some kind of challenge where like you're doing all the bosses on hard mode with a plank or whatever, you would have to spend ages in this section, exploring every corner, finding every health item. Because like you really do need a lot of health items. If you want to do like Abstract Daddy on normal or hard with melee weapons, you're going to need a lot of healing. So you would have to comb this section so thoroughly. Because there's a lot of stuff, but the town is massive, and it would take you a long time to find everything. The map is gone. The message is still here. And this is probably the most blatant message the town gives you. Like, the town gives you messages all the time in symbolism and background details and what have you, but this is the town talking directly to James right here, in English. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Very blatant there. But optional. Unlikely you would see that. On a first playthrough, honestly. I don't think on a first playthrough many people would deviate from what the map tells them to do, so... I think pretty unlikely that most first-time players are going to see that. But of course, when I played this game when I was younger, I played it over and over and over again. I was obsessed with it. So I saw everything eventually. There are still things I missed when I was younger and only learned about when I was older. Just little details that probably still things I don't know. That's one thing I love about Silent Hill and Metal Gear Solid, is that you still see new things. I still saw a brand new strat the other day in MGS2 that I'd never seen before. Like on the tanker, there are these like fire alarm bells on the wall. So in some sections you can shoot the bells, And the guards will have like a unique running animation where they'll run towards these bells super quick, and you can use that as a distraction. I'd never seen that before, so it's still now I'm seeing strats in these games that I didn't know about. Like, I'd seen those like fire alarm bell type things, but I didn't know that the guards reacted to them and did it in that way with a unique animation, like a super fast running animation at them. That's still things I'm seeing that are new. Perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but did nothing. It may be uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth, I was looking for tranquility. That patient there is the one that we read the note from in the hospital. As we were leaving. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Again, the game talking to us directly there by name. So yeah, now we just have another long walk. I feel like there aren't as many things to see in the town at this point. Like, a lot of the things in the town in 1 are direct references to movies and books and real life brands. There's not a lot of that in this. So kind of these exploring the town sections where you go and look at buildings, look at shops, not as rewarding. Silent Hill 1 is actually like really good for that. You can go to the movie theater and find posters for like Die Hard and Indiana Jones. You can find there's like a Chinese restaurant with I think it's Bruce Lee's name on it. There's like you know, the newspapers that have references to Silence of the Lambs on it. There's all sorts of things to find around the town like that, like lots of direct references to movies and books. There's a restaurant or a cafe called The Movable Feast, which is an Ernest Hemingway book. All sorts of things. So it's super rewarding to spend time going around in that game. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. I think that the Silent Hill 2 hoodie I have has this quote on the back, I think. I think it does. It's not an official one, but it's a very high quality fan-made one. So yeah, off to the park. Yeah, not too much to really find around here. It's just healing and ammo. You can really stock up here if you want to. Like if you think you need a lot of healing for later on, this is the place to do it. This is where the DLC. Oh, sorry, DLC, the extra scenario. It would be DLC nowadays. Although in some ways DLC is better because you don't have to buy the game again to get the extra content. That was literally what you had to do for Born from a Wish. Buy the game again to get the extra scenario. So in a way, like when RE4 Remake DLC came out, it was just £8, and you just buy that. And that was actually Separate Ways RE4 Remake was great, really, really great. Better, I think it was better than the main game by far. I love that, really loved it. Yeah, back in the day, you had to buy the game again to get the extra scenarios, what have you. Oh yeah, I think this is a victim of persecution by Christians. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. And we actually see a portrait of her in Silent Hill 3 in the church. What was it said on there? I forget what the portrait says. It has a really cool quote on it. It's something like unwavering faith under death's blade or something like that. Some black metal album sounding quote on it. So yeah, there's little references here and there to like the cult. The fact that a cult member here has a statue in the park, and that's just a normal thing. You can see like the links to Silent Hill 1 and, you know, the cult and all that, they're very subtle in this game. They are there, but they are quite subtle. Like, you could easily miss that. You could easily not read that statue and see that. And And you wouldn't even know that was relevant until you get to 3 anyway, so you saw that at launch, you wouldn't even really know. You'd think, you know, something to do with persecution by the Christians, that's probably something to do with the cult. But, you wouldn't know the person by name until 3. That's one of my favourite sections in the whole series, actually, that church at the end of 3. I love going through that and finding all the details in that. That's such a great section. So much to talk about there. Really, really good. How it's sort of like... It sort of gives you a lot of information, but it's more giving you like clues to piece things together yourself, so it doesn't just directly explain everything. You still have to piece things together yourself, even though it's giving you a lot of text to read. It's not just like overly explaining things. I really like how that's done. Okay, we got the key. Now we can go and we can get on with... Speaking of places that have a lot of good lore and things to look at, the Historical Society. The start of the Historical Society is really good for that. And there's a few good bits and pieces throughout as well. Don't know why we're getting ammo. I think we have the ammo multiplier on, so we've probably got enough now. And we are going to get the rifle soon, just for fun, I guess. Yeah, the enemies in this game are not very aggressive. They get more aggressive on higher difficulties, but still, even at their most aggressive, I'd say hard mode Silent Hill 2 enemies are less aggressive than Silent Hill 1 easy mode enemies. Like, the enemies in the school in Silent Hill 1 on easy are massively harder to deal with than anything in this game on any difficulty. Because of the grab attacks, I think. Anything that has a grab attack takes ages to get out of it. It really slows you down, lets the other enemies catch up. Usually I end up killing everything in Silent Hill 1 just because they're so hard to deal with. They're so unpleasant. Like, you can't run around anything in that game. If you get too close, they grab you, that's it. Just so much more unpleasant to deal with in that game than in this one. Like, if you play this on hard, you turn the flashlight off, the enemies will mostly just leave you alone, even if you get super close. Look, I know we're on the low difficulties here, but that will work on hard as well. That will mostly work on hard. Unless, you know, it's a very, very small space you're trying to get through. Oh yeah, we actually picked up the stuff here earlier, didn't we, I think? But yeah, when we go in here, there's a few things to look at inside here. You can see a picture of the final boss arena there, by the way. That's, you can see those high windows kind of give it away there. You've got the stairs going up, you've got the high windows there. Guess we'll save. One second here. Alright, good. May this drink last at least. Okay, good. Been having a couple of issues with the stream here. Very minor issues with the stream. It seems like we're all good. Alright, so a couple of things to look at here. So this is the main thing to look at here. We'll go to this first. If you're wondering where Pyramid Head came from, where the actual physical appearance of Pyramid Head came from, here we are. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. So he's the town's executioner. We've read about, you know, washing away the blood from the execution tools earlier, and that's so him taking the form of an executioner, you know, not hard to work out the symbolism there. Him taking on the form of something that punishes people for their crimes, for their sins, what have you. Not difficult symbolism to understand there. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date and birth of death unknown. A scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Wiltshire coal mine. That must be why the coal mine fires are burning underneath Silent Hill as we speak. Definitely happening in the games. Yep, so we have obsidian goblet here. This is a rebirth item, rebirth ending item. We have photo is hanging here. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. And we have director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person in town. And we have one of the holes we're going to jump into later. It's on the wall here. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? So yeah, you'll notice when you look at the map here, we don't have a map of this area, but we are now basically at ground level, right? And the place where we end up is, you know, at the boat after the prison, is also like on the same level that we're on now. But we jump down so many holes as we go along here. We're going to jump down, we're going to descend deeper and deeper and deeper, but we end up physically on the same level that we started. So to me that kind of suggests that those holes are not like physically there, they're just like, they're representing James's descent. His mental descent. Descent into, you know, him, you know, getting closer and closer to the truth and all of that stuff. As I like to point out always, which I had to put in the video, this is not any kind of trickery. You might think that there's like repeated bits here. But nope. This is just one very long staircase. Yeah, James is sent into madness, exactly, yeah. It's metaphorical rather than actually him physically going down anywhere. A bit of a blocked ear over here. Not fun. Rightio. It's like, Downpour has something like this, but, not as good, obviously. Interesting here. Some kind of document lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. Can't read the rest. What is this? So there's documents here from the 1800s. Which is unusual. Yeah, you can see that this place was in use many, many, many years ago. We don't get like a time period given for this, for when the game takes place, but you do get some kind of time indications for when different events happened relative to the game. Like there's an example of that in the hotel later. We find out roughly when the hotel was abandoned and when it was damaged and what have you. But you know, there's only things like that. We don't. You kind of assume this is sort of. You know, you could assume this is like any time period, really. You look at the technology they have, you know. The kind of cars they have, the technology they have, you can roughly place it. You could, but this could really be any time, you know. This could be 80s, 90s. It wouldn't really matter too much. You wouldn't think any later than that, but. So yeah, you have to have a melee weapon in this area. You can skip the steel pipe, and it's possible to skip the plank with speedrun tricks. But if you do that, you are now stuck. You cannot progress without a melee weapon. Which, on a casual playthrough, is not a problem, because you just get it as part of the story, but... the speedrun does all sorts of shenanigans to skip the plank, and then has to pick up the steel pipe to progress. But I guess picking up the steel pipe is faster than getting the plank. You have to go out of your way for the plank and do a whole little set piece, go miles out of your way, so I suppose it is still faster. Or they wouldn't do it otherwise. This room is pretty disgusting right here. The flashlight goes out. Again, the game makes you pick the battery up because you're going to need it. And there's just a room full of insects here. Ah, okay, so 3. Gotta try all the combinations we can. We'll work systematically. Oh, Christ. We get one of the last ones. We literally got the last one that I tried. Right, 735. There's exactly 6 combinations there. When you have 3 things, you know, you can sort of brute force that because there's only 6 combinations. When you have more than that, and there is like a mathematical way to know how many combinations you would have. So if we have 4 different options, then there's 24 combinations, which is a bit harder to brute force. You take the previous number of possible solutions and times that by your new number of options. So if you had 4 numbers, you'd take 6 from the previous from the previous kind of possible number of options when you only had 3 numbers, times that by 4. 6 times 4, 24. Then if you had 5 numbers, you would do 24 times 5, 120, etc. So if a game has a long ass code, you cannot brute force it.
But it wasn't my fault.
Which is what I would do if I was making a game.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie.
I was just joking, James.
That's the worst thing about it. About Eddie, is that he hurt the dog.
I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eddie?
Like, you know, if people have done something to him and harmed him, you know, there's more justification for that than there is for a dog, because a dog is just an innocent creature. Oh, we don't have a map of this area just yet, but we also don't want to go that way just yet, because the game taking a nice jab at Eddie here by giving us the tablet of gluttonous pig in his room. Bit harsh, I think. Bit mean to Eddie. I'm gonna say, because I have on rare occasions had crashes in this game. Not been very often, but it has happened, so I do want to save somewhat often. But yeah, one thing I don't like about Eddie in the remake is the fact that when you meet him in the movie theater, he's already like this. He's already kind of far gone. He's already started to go mad. What I like about him in the original is you meet him in the bowling alley, and he's eating his pizza, and he's sort of normal. And then you meet him here, and he's totally flipped. He's totally different. I really like that. Because he was so quite normal before. It feels really like it's really jarring how much he's changed now. And it's like that's the effect that I think they were going for. Is he was like, you know, just Eddie before, and now he's like, this guy's lost it. But the fact that he already feels a bit like this on your second meeting in the remake feels a bit... I know, I don't like it. It kind of ruins the effect of meeting him here, meeting him later on. Personally, I think. That's, you know... That's something you wouldn't really think about if you hadn't played the original. I think people who just played the remake would probably not really even see an issue there. Or... There's probably people who don't see it as an issue there who quite like that change, but that's just a small thing that I prefer here. But then again, you know, his boss fight in the remake is massively better. Yeah, we only really get like clues about what happened to him. Like, we know it has something to do with football, so you can sort of piece it together. That either he tried to play football, like I kind of think that would go nicely with his weight thing, is that he tried to become a football player, but because he was so out of shape, because he was like, you know, maybe he tried to play and he didn't succeed, and then the people on the team made fun of him and bullied him for it. Like, we know he likes football in some way, and he wanted to be involved in football. I think that would happen now. I kind of suspected that we might have got that. I kind of thought that we might get, like, I think an Angela bit would be not so great, but having, like, I suppose it could work. Having bits where you play as the other characters, because there is a bit where you play as Maria. I kind of thought we might get something like that where you play as the other characters. I don't think that would be bad at all. I think that would be a really good thing. Where you get to play as Eddie for a bit, or play as Angela, or play as Laura. I think if you were going to do DLC for Remake 2, that would be a good way to do it. I actually think that would be pretty good. Remember, Silent Hill doesn't do jump scares. They're above that. I should have said that in the video. Fuck. Gotta go back and add that in. Yeah. So you kind of have to just piece it together here, but I think that would be a really solid idea for DLC. Stop, he's already dead. Just from the kind of TVs they have here, I'm thinking more 80s than anything, but you're just kind of inferring. There's nothing confirming that. Some really deep lore here now. So any fans of Silent Hill Arcade out there? Anyone ever played Silent Hill Arcade? Because I have. I played the actual physical cabinet, which I found in a... I found it once in my life in an arcade in London. Which might not even be there anymore. 2010 that would have been. So it was when I went to see Deer on Grey in London for the first time. So I played Silent Hill Arcade in 2010, 16 years ago. And the setting for that is what's mentioned in this here. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country, but in this case the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. This also feels a little bit like... It feels a little bit inspired by Phantoms here. We know Phantoms is a big inspiration for Silent Hill. This is kind of what Phantoms is like, where one of the characters talks about like historical disappearances, people sort of disappearing without trace throughout history. That's kind of why he gets called in to investigate the events of that book/movie. The book is better, by the way. You'll be shocked to know. The movie is actually alright for Phantoms. The movie is decent, but the book is really good. If you're a Silent Hill fan, that's another one you should get in. You should get straight away. Phantoms by Dean Koontz. Really, really good stuff. That kind of feels like similar to this. Kind of maybe that's kind of an inspiration for this, or just, you know, pointing towards talking about disappearances in this way. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. Yeah, the Silent Hill Arcade, if I remember correctly, sort of takes place or partly on that ship. Good old-fashioned magazine there, my favourite magazine of all time. And yeah, really cool detail in the remake, actually. You can't see it, but in this cabinet on the left here, if you use like a camera hack, there's like a mask in this cabinet here. There's no way to see it in game. Maybe if we should have used the first person mod. There is a first person mod for this game, actually. I didn't even think of that. We could have showed that. But yeah, there's like a mask, like a death mask in this cabinet here, and it's there in the remake. So even something you couldn't see in the original game but was there was included in the remake. So that's a cool little detail. If you're wondering why that mask is in the rifle cabinet in the remake, that's why. That seemed like just an odd thing to just randomly be there. That's the reason. This was probably the scariest part of the game when I first played it. This was the part that really... I actually do remember... I don't remember every detail of how I reacted to every part of the game when I first played it, but I remember that I played up to about the labyrinth in one sitting. I marathoned it, and I was so... I don't know how I managed to play for that long, because afterwards I felt, like, actually sick. I was so, like, nervy. I was so, like, shook by the game that I actually, like, couldn't even eat afterwards. I genuinely remember that feeling of putting the game down and just feeling sick. Like, I was, like, so stressed out, so tense at this game that I was like, I can't even have my dinner. I didn't even feel like eating. I vividly remember that feeling of how this game, like, made me feel. I don't remember how I reacted to the story and all that the first time, but I remember that feeling. I think when you have those reactions to something, you remember those moments. Like, I remember first turning on Resident Evil 2 and seeing, you know, the zombies coming out of the fire at the start of that and just being like, this is too much. Straight away I was like, I don't want to play this. This is too much already. Because RE1 starts very low-key, you know, and you kind of eased into the horror there. In RE2, the horror was there, straight in your face, straight away. Flaming zombies are coming straight at you, and I was just like, nope. Nope. I ain't playing this yet. I'm too young for this. I really remember that. And, like, I remember first seeing the hunters in RE1 as well. That was another one where I was just like, I remember me and my cousin were playing it, and we both just went, nope, turn the PS1 off, done. We ain't playing this. That's too much. Yeah. See, the thing with the start of RE1, we never actually finished RE1, so everything in the first part, you know, up to the end of the guardhouse and up to that hunter, we'd seen that a million times. We only ever played that mansion part. So everything there was just normal, was old hat to us. But then one day we beat the guardhouse, and then we got back to the mansion, and then, so this was all new then. This was like, oh, you know, new scary things are going to happen here. And then that hunter turned up, and we just noped out immediately. The dogs got us first time, but we were just so used to it. We used to, like, walk backwards down the corridor to shoot the dogs. Because this was the PAL version we had where you didn't have auto-aim. So we had to do that. We had to walk backwards down the corridor. When the dogs came through, then we could shoot them. We got really good at that Mansion 1. And then everything after that, and I only actually finished it years later. Like, I think it was, yeah, it would have been quite a long time after. Like when I was like, I think I was in, like, it was like towards the end of secondary school, like, so like, you know, late teens, sort of mid to late teens sort of time, was when I actually finished the whole thing for the first time. So it was later on. I think I actually finished the Silent Hill games before I ever actually finished RE1. Like, it was quite a bit afterwards. But yeah, when we were much younger, we played that Mansion 1 to death. If I remember correctly, actually, I think I did actually end up playing, like, RE2 and 3 and Code Veronica and, like, all the other stuff before I ever actually finished 1. I'm not 100% sure, but I vaguely remember that coming afterwards. I'm not sure. You know, it's hard to tell, but for some reason, yeah, I just never saw the ending of RE1 myself, for quite a while later, you know, after I first played it. Really strange. I remember playing it on DS a lot as well. That was another novelty, was having it on DS. That was really cool. One thing I loved about getting portable systems that were a bit more powerful was you would get ports of older games, and it was like, whoa, I can now play this console game on a handheld. That's so cool. Where exactly are we meant to go here again? Yeah, is it back through here? Where the... No, it's the other side, isn't it? We have to go... We have to go and get the, use the tablets, don't we? Then we get the horseshoe, then we go... Yeah, back to the other side then, I think. Yep. there. That's it. How many times have I played this game again? I'm quite tired now, to be fair. This whole week has been so tiring, I have to say. I've still been at work, and then I've been coming home and either doing a stream or editing. And it's just been by my own choosing, of course, but it's been pretty full on. But this is what I want to do, so it's up to, you know, it's up to me to put the work in. Can't complain. So, you know. 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. I do kind of like how they did this prison bit in... I like the prison in the remake. I think, they, expanded it quite nicely. The enemies can be a little bit annoying, but they're also quite effective. You know, the kind of enemies climbing up the high walls and jumping down on you, like... It's, I think it's definitely, like, can be irritating at times, but it's not unreasonable, you know? I think it's still good. Oh yeah, we need to go through... Of course we do, yeah, what am I doing? We go back through here, don't we? Yeah, I quite like that area. Most of the areas, even if I think the areas are too long in general, I like most of them. I like the apartments. I like the hospital. I like the prison. Just the labyrinth section, really. Labyrinth is where it feels like it's Bloober at their worst, you know. It's all of the Bloober tendencies. All of the things that I don't like about Layers of Fear and Blair Witch. Kind of pushed up to 11, you know. One of the things I'm definitely going to play once we're done with the RE marathon, I'm going to play Chronos. I'm going to make that a priority. Hopefully it goes down in price a little bit, but if not, I'm just going to get it because I feel like that's a game that's gotten some good reception, and if Bloober try to take what they did with RE with Silent Hill 2 remake and do that in their own original game, it should be great. So I'm looking forward to playing that a lot. This corpse into this hole. That's always made me laugh. I had to put a joke about that in the video. This bit here has always made me laugh. Go down, down, down. James's face there is pretty funny. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? So yeah, we're descending here. James is mentally descending. I like that blur effect on his character model there as well. I really think it was considerate of them here to put an elevator in where you just get to do nothing. This is nice for the speedrunners. You get a good chunk of time here where you just have to do nothing. I think I made the comparison last time to the song. Anyone know the song "Bleed" by Meshuggah? Their most famous song, of course. But there's in the middle of that song, there's a section where there's just ambient. It's just ambient music in the middle of that, and I think that's just because it's such a hard song to play. They all just need a break in the middle. They just put. We'll just have an ambient section just to give everyone a rest, you know. That's kind of what I feel like this is like. Is just give everyone a rest. I'm in the mood for some Meshuggah, actually. They're not a band I always want to listen to because they're very monotonous, very samey sort of band. They do one thing very, very well. So if you're not in the mood for that one specific thing, they're not really going to do much for you. But if you are, there's no one better. I think Lamb of God is like that for me as well. If I want to hear something that, like, you know, really sort of groovy, the metalcore with a bit more groove to it, you know, if I want to hear that specific sound, Lamb of God are like the best band in the world. But if I'm not in the mood for that, you know, they don't have the range. They don't have much range, you know. There's some bands like that. They just do one thing well, and that's fine, you know. But you have to be in the mood for that one thing. You know, there are bands I like that do all sorts of things, all sorts of sounds, and that's cool. Bands just do one thing well, that's also cool. You know, it depends on the band. Like, I think generally, I do tend towards bands that have like range. Like, I love Deer on Grey. I love Ulva. I love Bring Me the Horizon. These bands that kind of just jump from genre to genre, just do kind of whatever. But then, you know, there's stuff like, you know, bands like Meshuggah, bands like Lamb of God. They just do their thing. They do their one thing. Even like AC/DC. If you're in the mood for that, perfect. But they ain't, you know, you ain't getting a range of emotional experiences from AC/DC, are you? You know, you're getting
Maria,
one very specific thing.
they killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
If you don't want to have your day ruined, don't go and watch what they did to this scene in the HD collection, the re-recording.
Stabbed you.
It is dreadful.
Blood everywhere.
This scene in the original is brilliant. I love
What
this.
do you mean?
Love the voice acting here.
And then
James, what are you talking about?
just before, don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So
That switch there.
Maria.
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Yeah, just the like subtle ways her voice changes there. One voice actress there,
Touch me.
just
I
having just like subtle differences for each character that she's portraying there. Each, you know, Mary or Maria.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there.
Listen to that in the HD collection. It just sounds super flat, super dull. It's Mary Elizabeth McGlynn voicing her, if I remember correctly. And yeah, it is her in the re-recording. She's a great singer. Doesn't do a good job of voice acting. She has done good voice acting in other things. She's quite a prolific voice actress. So I'm sure she's been good in other things, but not in this. I don't think anyone did a good job, honestly, in the re-recording. It's just awful. The HD collection re-recording is... I can't think of anyone who did a good job. There's nothing to like about either of the games, I think. You know, you could say that's nostalgia blindness or whatever, but I'll say nice things about the remake voice acting. I think most of the cast did a good job there, so I'm not just going to blindly stand up for the original because it's the original. I can say when another version does good things, you know? I just don't think the HD collection does anything that's worth praising. We are going to go to Pyramid Head's bedroom here, by the way. There he is. Yo. Pyramid Head. Piri Heado, my boy. Old triangle face. Great knife. So you notice he has a spear now. We take his great knife and he has a spear. Which is what he had in that painting we saw of him. Oh. This bit was particularly terrifying. When I didn't know he was going to be here, and you just go around the corner and he's just there. I vividly remember this room on my first playthrough, just being absolutely horrified. Like, he's bloody here. He's just here. What the hell? He doesn't announce himself like Nemesis, you know. He's definitely playing on that stalker trope, but just in a different way. You know, you kind of expect. You know, you can go back to horror movies like Alien or Halloween. You kind of expect that kind of behavior, you know, that stalker, that aggressive stalker behavior. He's not like that at all, you know. He's sort of feels like it's like sort of playing on your expectations of what that kind of character should be like, and then just going against it. You know, even some, you know, from video games, you might be thinking of like Nemesis, or you might be thinking of games like Clock Tower, that you're going to be like hunted down by this character, and that's not really what he does at all. You know. Oh yeah, I never usually find this room. I normally just muscle memory my way through this area. Like I remember when I recorded the video, I literally was spaced out for this part. I don't even remember doing this. I just completely spaced out, and I just found myself at the boss fight. Like I wasn't even thinking about, oh, which way do I go? You know, I just did it. I've just played it so many times. Yeah, it's not the most confusing maze in any game I've ever played, but I feel like mazes are a difficult thing to get right in games. Like they can't be too complicated because they just get annoying then. I think the little labyrinth area in Fatal Frame 4 was really good. If anyone didn't, I'm gonna upload all those. I've sorted out my VODs channel actually, so I'm gonna upload those. I'm gonna start uploading VODs to that channel. Well, I'm gonna try it out anyway. I'm gonna see how much work it takes to have a VOD channel. So I'll literally just be taking the VODs, cutting off the intro, cutting off the breaks, and uploading them raw, basically. I'm gonna see how much effort that takes. I'm gonna like see if I could like schedule a week's worth of VODs and just upload them, and just see how much effort it takes, see how much time it takes. If it's worth doing, I'll keep doing it. But if I put effort in, it doesn't work, I won't bother. You know, I'll just sort of see what happens. You know, I'll keep it separate from the, you know, actual edited videos, of course. I think you can sort of see there's like stock font on this, like stock text on this, which nowadays would be AI generated garbage, but you know, this is still preferable. The body of a man later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the something room, lying face up, I would assume. Probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. Angela was carrying a knife, remember. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 PM and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but something of crime of... I think it's supposed to be crime of passion there or something, I would assume. Yeah, basically just telling you that Angela killed her father. I'm gonna use the rifle for this, because this bloody thing gave me an absolute headache in the plank only run, even on easy. This was a nightmare. So we're gonna have a victory lap on the Abstract Daddy here. And yeah, the symbolism of this room, pretty blatant. You've got a bedroom here with father represented as a monster on a bed, and you have like pistons pumping in and out on the walls there. It's not exactly subtle symbolism what this represents. Actually, yeah, let's use the great knife. That's a good idea. Oh, that's the only problem, is that it's so slow. We have to like unequip it, move away, and then get ourselves into position to use it. So we have to like stand over here, get ready to use it, and then when he comes into range, we can use it. Oh, nice. He's basically just, after those rifle shots, it one-shotted him. Yeah, that's the way to go on hard mode, as well.
Are you?
I guess I could have done melee only for the challenge on higher difficulties, and I could have just used great knife. Because there are still some challenges to using it. It's very slow. There's probably more strategy to that, in that you have to get into position and give yourself time to swing, that might have turned out better. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Do a great knife only run.
Don't order me around!
Obviously, it takes forever to walk with it, but
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then?
I like the idea. I like the idea we had earlier, doing the
Trying to be nice to me, right?
using the chainsaw controller to do a chainsaw only run.
It's always
I think that's a great idea.
you're only after one thing.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you gotta go Elden Ring style. Start charging up a few hours beforehand.
Or you could just force me.
But like on high difficulties, his movement speed is kind of the same, so you could do that if you were, you know, allowed yourself to use the great knife. You could definitely do that.
You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick.
Yeah, so you learn here that Angela was a victim of domestic abuse, sexual abuse from her father. And then you remember that people were complaining about her in the remake because she wasn't attractive enough. That's the character that people were talking about there.
She was ill.
Clearly that's the most important thing about a character like this.
I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore.
Fucking weirdos. Oh, they made her look mannish. It's woke. Like, do you even know the character you're talking about here? Do you know what's going on here? Do you know why she looks like this in the original? She's like, I think she's like 19 or something. She looks a lot older because she's had a horrific life of abuse. And people are discussing, oh, they made her ugly in the remake. Oh, fuck off. Fucking fuck off. No actual Silent Hill fan cares about that. No actual Silent Hill fan. Like, the way the characters look is important to show their character, but you haven't even gotten close to the point if you're complaining about Angela not being attractive. That is, like, the way she looks is important to show the abuse she's suffered, to show that she looks older than she is because of what she's gone through. You know, her being attractive is so far away from the point, it doesn't even register. But of course, you know, people want to use these things for their silly culture war. That's really, really irritated me when I was seeing that. I was like, like, have you played this game? Do you know what character you're talking about here? Clearly they don't. It's like, you always see people trying to make culture wars out of other games, and then when it happens to your game, you're like, oh, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like to have people completely miss the point of the game I like. You know? That's what that feels like. Sucks. He committed an evil crime. He turned a happy home into a pile of ash. For that, he should die. That's the arsonist. They also committed crimes. They tried to fraud and trick others, so their reward too is natural. So yeah, fraudster, whatever it's called, whatever they call it here. Even he cannot be forgiven. My friend without his left hand. So his death bothers me not. So that would be theft, right? And what of him? He also is not sinless. There is only one here who is innocent. The missing child was nowhere to be found, and so there was no proof of his guilt. His death was a tragedy. That is all I wish to say. It was neither justice nor retribution. There is actually an extra little sign here, isn't there? Note, only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. So that is, you get it wrong and you, some enemies will spawn in the corridor outside. Is basically what that means. So kidnapping we want. Yeah, this is random. This changes every run. I think we had this last time though. I know in the video recording I had this one, had the best RNG. I think I remember back in like years ago before they had fixed RNG. I think people would just come to the first one and hope it was right, which was wild to do this far into a run. If you wanted to get the very best time possible, I guess you had to do that, but that seems a bit silly to me. So yeah, we pull this, and then If there's no enemies outside, you've done it correctly. Key of the Persecuted. I always forget which door I have to go through. I always get this wrong and end up going back to the boss arena. No, we did it right. Even these little screens here were showing like the handcuff being taken. Even this looks nice in the enhanced edition. Even these were improved. Just little things that you don't really like. Like a lot of the when you can examine things in the menu, and they can. I don't think we can do anything here. No, yeah. Like some of the keys earlier on, we could examine them. We could examine the knife here, but this actually changes your ending. To examine the knife, it actually gets you more likely to do the in water ending. The game has like a point system for the ending, so certain actions contribute to making it more likely you'll get one ending or another, and then it just whatever balance you've got at the end, it will give you that ending. So we'll check this here now, by the way, because there's a small detail to do with this letter. So this is Mary's letter, still there. Mary's photo there. And we've actually pinpointed the exact moment where something changes with that letter. I always wondered because the letter changes after a certain point, and if we sort of check it as we go along here, we'll see the exact point when the letter changes.
Maria? Maria, no! What happened to you? Why?
Back to boring old water. I've been talking a lot, actually. I better make sure I'm drinking water. Hope I don't ruin my voice, ruin my throat again.
Mary.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we try to go back in here. There's nothing else for me in this room. We don't have too much more to go anyway, so nice details in here that you might not notice. Is the names on the graves are worth looking at for some of them. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and lay here to his eternal rest. Need the good old health drinks, yeah. How many health drinks have I got? My throat doesn't like hurt or anything, but I'm quite susceptible to throat problems. Like I've lost my voice way too many times. I think part of that comes from me going to gigs and just singing along too loudly. Like I don't do that anymore. I just get carried away. Miriam K, traitor. That was mentioned earlier in the Walter Sullivan memo. So yeah, I am careful with my voice now. Like, I don't think this was the cause of it, but I was sort of practicing like metal screams, you know, for a bit. But I was doing that for ages safely. I was sort of getting okay at that, to be fair. But now, like, it wasn't the cause of it. Like, it was definitely other things that caused my throat problems, but I don't do that just in case now. But yeah, the tombstone's up here. There's Walter Sullivan's grave here, by the way. That was retconned. Name inscribed on the tombstone, Eddie Dombrowski. Angela Orozco. And then the hole that we have to go into has our name on. So we are now jumping into our own grave. I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards. I wonder if we should great knife Eddie. Oh, we can't don't equip it now. I was really happy with the bit I did for this fight in the video. There's an image that I use all the time. Whenever two people I don't like would like argue about something, there was this old YouTube video that I saw that was titled like two idiots fighting the worst fight I've seen, and it was just really grainy footage of just two people having a really crap fight. And like I was like, I always use that as a reaction image, so I thought I'd use that for the video for this fight here, because it just looks so crap when I was watching the footage of this fight. Eddie's just running around in circles. This looks terrible. So I was like, yeah, that's perfect.
Eddie, what are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of...
The phrasing there makes me think that the guy was like a football coach or a captain or something. Busted my balls. Would be someone in a position of authority over him, I would think.
I am nothing but a fat, disgusting...
I'm thinking like... Because obviously he kills someone who plays football.
Doesn't matter if you're smart,
That's what I'm thinking.
dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it.
You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
I also forgot to put a bit about the Matrix dodge in there as well. James doing his little Matrix dodge there. Let's see if we can get a great knife hit in. Oh, we missed. I want to try and hit him with the great knife. That's rubbish. It's terrible for this fight. Gotta time it a bit better. Oh, he's look at him. Look, he just he just runs in circles. There we go. We can just one-shot him through this phase. Great knife is very powerful. So yeah, like the kind of the theory I had earlier about how James was these corpses were like James's previous attempts to get through the town. You can see a lot of them failed right here. Obviously Eddie is such a stunningly powerful fighter that James died 4 times here. 5 times even. Looks, I can't tell how many there are here, it's quite foggy. In previous attempts to get through here. And you can see from Eddie's raw power right there. Yeah, this is where we see a little bit of Eddie's nightmare here.
When you're hated, picked on, spit
But unfortunately, this is where we find out Eddie is truly evil.
after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life.
Not because of what he did to a human, but what he did to the dog.
That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog.
The fact that he says that he'll have a hard time playing football here makes me think it was like the captain of the football team.
He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
Busted his balls, so he had authority over him, and he played football, wasn't the coach. Guessing it's the captain of the team.
Don't get all holy on me, James.
Then again, that text might be different in the Japanese script, so who knows.
You and me are the same.
You would think Jeremy Blaustein would do a good job of translating accurately, though.
Don't you know
He
that?
does take liberties, though. We know from Metal Gear Solid that he takes liberties. Usually to the good, though. He's usually the kind of translate. I always kind of think of Blaustein as like a pioneer of localization over translation, and Metal Gear Solid is kind of, you know, I think that's like a landmark in translation. Is you compare the original script to the actual script in the game in English, and it's just, you know, so many like extra like not even like, it doesn't like add bits in, he like adds flavor to it. He would like read like electronics catalogs to get names for things. He would read like military novels to get the tone of the dialogue right. Whereas Kojima's writing was a bit more, I don't know, a bit more flat, you know, didn't quite have the right character for a spy story, you know, the tone of the you know, the dialogue sentence to sentence. You feel like it's a bit more, it's a bit more appropriate for that kind of story in English. And yeah, I think he knows what he's doing. But like, there is a chance that he changed something and that would change some of the details, but I don't think it would be too significant. Oh wow, we just one-shot him with the great knife here as well. I actually kind of want to do a run with
Eddie? Eddie?
kind of want to do a run with the great knife. I wouldn't want to keep it equipped all the time because it's too slow to move with. But like, trying to do the fights on hard with the great knife, I think that would be a nice challenge. Obviously, it's very powerful, but it's very hard to use. So there is definite strategy to that. If I ever do Silent Hill 2 video again, I might do that. So I probably will end up covering some of the games twice. There's definitely more things you can do in each game.
Did you really die 3 years ago?
So James is now questioning whether Mary did really die. And this is the point now where we take the great knife off for one thing. But this is the point now where we can check Mary's letter again. And it is now blank. This is the exact point where the letter becomes blank. Again, the game doesn't point you to this, you have to find it yourself. I love that. I love that there are so many little details that you have to look for yourself. Yeah, nothing written on the stationery. There's going to be something else to do with these later on, which I really like as well. A detail. Yeah, blank letter now. So James is starting to question, did Mary really die? And as he does that, the letter is now blank. I actually do run faster without a weapon on. It feels faster. No, thank you. I ain't having none of that. Didn't know you were packing that heat over there. But yeah, the boss fights are not good in this original version. That's the weakest part of the game for sure. I think that's that was the part that I hoped they would improve in the remake the most, and it's the part they did improve the most, to be fair. The boss fights in the remake are pretty much all good. I can't think of one that's like terrible off the top of my head. They're all quite good. And as far as I remember, you can do them all melee only as well, which would make for a good challenge. I think melee only Silent Hill 2 remake would be quite a fun challenge. It's weird because like, it's not just because it's Silent Hill. Like, Silent Hill 1 has good boss fights. Silent Hill 3 has good boss fights. This doesn't have good boss fights. It's really weird. Silent Hill 1's boss fights are way better than this. Like, significantly better. Like the yeah, the one at the end in this is good, yeah. The twin Pyramid Head fight is really good. But like, in this game you have, well, you just have to avoid Pyramid Head to begin with. That's kind of boring. You have the box creatures in the hospital. It's okay, but it's not brilliant. You have Abstract Daddy. You don't have enough room to move. There's no strategy to that one at all. You can't really do anything too strategic there. You just have to, it's the enclosed spaces that do it for me in this. That kind of makes them less fun. You know, the Eddie fight. Eddie's just looks like an absolute moron running in circles. Like, he doesn't seem threatening at all. Just makes him look silly. There's actually... I mentioned that in the video as well, when sometimes in the Eddie fight, if he will just stand there. You'll be hitting him and he'll just stand there and take it. His AI just stops. And he just stands there and takes it. Like, there's no real challenge there. Like, yeah, the Pyramid Head fight is quite good. The final boss is pretty decent. Because you have more room to work with. Like, 1 and 3, all the boss fights give you... All the boss fights give you some room to move. They give you room for strategy. Pretty much everything in 1 and 3 is like that. I think that's, you know, maybe the people involved in this game particularly weren't as good at it. Maybe... No. Maybe that was just the intention, that the boss fights weren't a huge focus. I don't know. But, maybe could have got somebody on... Maybe could have just got Kojima in for the boss fights. I don't know. He knows how to do good boss fights. If you've got that guy around... MGS boss fights are, like, pretty much always great. So, you know, you can't just have Kojima do everything, can you? You know? Yeah, there's a certain degree to which you can say, oh, you know, the game's not about the boss fights. The game doesn't need great boss fights, but the other games in the series do have them. So they're just, you know, they're just not as good. I'd never say this game was perfect. I wouldn't say any game was perfect, really. Very few games would even get close. All the games I love have issues. The only game I think would approach that would be Portal. I've always said that Portal's about as close to a perfect game as you can get. It's the one game where I would think there really isn't much to improve on here. This is just all the way through. It's very short. All the way through is just top quality, everything. But my other top games would be like Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, Silent Hill. They all have problems. Yeah, I don't know how you would improve the boss fights with this. In this, I don't know. I guess they just did what they could. Yeah, the cutscenes would have been 3 times as long if Kojima had been involved, of course. Fish key. What can you really do? There was a bit I cut out of the video actually as well, but I was going to have a bit here. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Bill Bailey, comedian Bill Bailey. There's a bit he talks about being a hotel pianist. And he does a bit where he says like, you know, one night I fell asleep on the keys, and he mashes his keyboard, and he goes, and they thought it was progressive jazz, and I got a round of applause from some nearby Belgians. I was going to have that clip in here, for Laura mashing the keys here, but I didn't want to put too many clips of other things in there, but that's a bit that I was going to put in there. I think it kind of takes you out of the game if you have too much of that. But that's a good bit. Bill Bailey, one of my favourite comedians. That's kind of why I said it in the video. I said, you know, the progressive jazz stylings of Laura, because it was... That was the bit I was talking about, the Bill Bailey bit. Yeah, I don't watch too much stand-up comedy anymore, but Bill Bailey I do watch every now and again. There's a few that I still really love. I used to watch stand-up comedy all the time. I used to buy all the DVDs of... every Christmas I would get stand-up comedy DVDs. That was like a standard present I got for years.
I'm tired of walking.
I feel that. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
I walk for at least an hour and a half every day.
What?
When I'm at work, I walk there and back. 45 minutes there, 45 minutes back afterwards. Minimum. Sometimes more because I'm shopping. That's another bit I forgot to do. Oh man, another joke I forgot. Anyone ever seen the show Only Fools and Horses? One of my favourite comedy shows. There's a bit in that where yeah, the character Raquel, someone calls her Rachel. And Uncle Albert's like, who's Rachel? And he says that over and over again throughout the episode. I've meant to put that in as well, for that there. When James says, who's Rachel? That's another reference I forgot to do. I guess I'm just gonna have to do another Silent Hill 2 video at some point. But that's, yeah. I wish I'd have remembered that one. That was a good one. Love that growing up, Only Fools and Horses. Great, great comedy. Very British, of course. All my favourite comedies are British, mostly. My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. Oh, you know the bit then, yeah? Good stuff. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. So yeah, there's a curious thing here. In this part, Laura says she was our nurse. Again, I need to read that in Japanese, but to me that suggests that Laura and Mary were in the same hospital together, if they both had the same nurse, and Mary was in there for like a terminal illness. So how is Laura now just up and walking around if she was in hospital around someone with a terminal illness? That kind of made me think when I was, I don't know if I think this now, but it made me think at first that Laura wasn't real and she was a manifestation of some kind. I'm not sure I believe that now, but that is curious that she's, saying. Then I wonder, like, in the original Japanese, does it say that same thing, that she was our nurse, or would it say that, she was a nurse and maybe Laura was visiting relatives or something? I don't know, but it is unusual. James should fall through the bar. Nice and cool, Eddie. Nice and cool. I mean, if I was good at like making like digitally altering footage or something, I would totally have done that. Have James and Eddie superimposed onto Del Boy and Trigger and have that scene play. And Laura, about James, I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true, he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Yeah, I suppose I could do like a really crude version of that. I could like Photoshop the faces out and just have them move across the scene, but it would be pretty bad. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
Yeah, James starting to learn the truth here.
Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
Yeah, interesting bit of, well, we'll look at the cat first. A drawing done by Laura. The cat? Yeah, if you go back to the piano, there's some quite nice dialogue here. There's a piano here. Remember how much Mary liked to play the piano? She wasn't very good, but I still love to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? But yeah, James just like reminiscing about nice memories for of Mary. Kind of probably realizing a bit too late here. But he actually, does have those good memories of her. Yeah, it's the kind of situation I can't even really imagine. I've not been through that situation of having I absolutely hate that these enemies are back here, by the way. This is an awful decision. I hate having these enemies. Ruins their impact. I really do not like this at all, having these enemies come back here. These should be around Angela. And just having them here is just I think it's just rubbish. It just ruins their impact completely. Yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, it's the kind of situation I can't relate to. Personal experience. Luckily, I haven't been through that. You know, having a relative with a terminal illness and just having to, like, watch them suffer. It's, you know, can't imagine what that situation is like. So you can kind of, like, you know, judge James for not, like, dealing with it or not, like, supporting his wife, but, like, I don't know what that was like. I don't know what that feeling is like, you know. It's, he's obviously not a good person overall, is he? But, like, yeah, I can't... Any of the characters in this game, I can't really relate to them on, like, from personal experience. Like, I haven't been through anything that any of these characters have been through, luckily. But I do have some, you know, second-hand knowledge from other people that I know about certain bits of it. Like I was saying, like, unfortunately, I do know that Angela's kind of behavior is quite realistic. Sadly, know that from kind of family, friends, and what have you. Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. Key to room 312. Yeah, never really even had, like, much bullying, to be honest. Like, a couple of incidents, maybe. A couple of bits and pieces, but no serious bullying like Eddie would have gone through. Which, you know, I have to just, you know, quite lucky, I suppose, that I've not had to deal with that personally. Like most people have probably gone through something like that. Like, it's only very minor things for me, though. Only very minor bits and pieces. Thankfully. Yeah, we should take the... Actually, we move a bit faster without the gun. We should take that off. I don't think it's not as pronounced as it is in some games, but it feels faster to me. Like, you play Resident Evil 1 Remake. You, like... It feels like your speed doubles if you take your weapon off. You take the shotgun off, and you're just gonna fly through that game. So you definitely want to be running around without weapons in that one. I think that... I don't remember if the knife affects it, but, you know... There's a... It might be just kind of in my head here. I don't know. Fish key. Even, like, the textures on the inside of the briefcase there look good. Like, they really polished this thing up. Every bit of it looks good. We want to come back to this room later. I think there's something... There might be something in here for us now, but... Definitely later on. There's a really interesting scene in here later. That... Actually, it's an optional scene, but it gives you, like... It kind of, you know, the 3 years thing that James comes out with. You might wonder, why 3 years? Why did he say Mary died 3 years ago? This is where we find out later where that number came from. But we have to watch the videotape first before we get that stuff. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Yeah, pretty interesting that they made that optional. I thought that, you know... The game trusts you to explore. It also trusts you to miss things. It doesn't mind if you miss it and you have to see it again next playthrough. Because you should play this game again. This is a game to be replayed for sure. It's not like you are not going to get the most out of this on your first go.
James!
I haven't even got my speakers up high enough to know whether that made the sound or not. Wait, we were on the right side, weren't we? Or were we? Yeah, I think we were. Need to go... Yeah, up here, this sort of bit. Actually, this corridor coming up here was super irritating on plank only. This was the hardest corridor to move through by far. Because you don't want to be fighting these things with the plank. You got these things blocking your way. Well, there's this thing, even just one of them. So you try to push your way past it, like, It's behaving quite nicely here, but it was really not behaving nicely for me when I did my plank only run. It was really getting in the way. It was. I remember I was getting quite annoyed at that. It's the one difficult part. Right, can we have a nice word here now? When I did my recording run, the word for this was hell. So I want a nice word now. I'm gonna try a few words. Oh, we can have hunk. Let's try hunk. Oh, Hulk. Right, can we have home or hope? Oh, no, we can't have hope, can we? We can have love. I was one of these days love is gonna work. Love, no. Hole. Dove. Damn is sometimes one. Damn, no. I'll try hell, because that was what we had. Come on, man. Hell didn't work, no. Help, no. Hell, heal, no. Heal, no. Let's just use it. I never seem to get it. There's always just whatever the one word I didn't think of is dose. Dose. I should always. That's kind of a common one, to be fair. I should probably try that. That was the thing I remember from watching speedruns, is people would have to like try and get through all the different possible words as quickly as possible. So you'd have to like learn like the right kind of order to input things in to get through all the combinations as quickly as possible. I think there's a lot of different words you could have there. But of course now you can set the RNG. Okay, so we're going to lose our equipment in a minute anyway, so... Actually not. It's not going to be... This is later than I would normally stay on, but, you know, it's a special occasion, so... Yeah, interesting things going on in this... Actually, interesting things going on in this room, for sure. Can't take those health drinks down with us anyway, so... We have to set this weight limit warning off first before we can put our stuff away. This is bizarre. Weight allowance 1 person. Every person weighs exactly the same, right? So, you might think here, just put all our stuff away, right? Actually, I'm going to heal before we do that. I'm going to go downstairs with full health, just in case. We don't have to put every item on here. Curiously. We have to put pretty much everything on. One item at a time, very slow. So we'll keep a few things. So we have just our basics. Warning goes off. Okay, we'll put away the flashlight, the radio. Okay, so we have just paper now, right? Weight limit warning goes off. So we'll put away Laura's letter. Weight limit warning doesn't go off. So these things, Mary's photo and Mary's letter, which is now blank, they're not real. And I love the fact, I especially love the fact that it's doing this through mechanics. There's no cutscene where James looks at the letter and goes, "Huh? Why isn't the weight limit warning going off? The letter is blank." Like you know, it's doing this silently through mechanics. You have to, you know, put things on there and specifically leave these off. You have to make that choice yourself. Just actually using gameplay mechanics to tell the story here. I love that. No cutscenes, no characters talking and explaining everything to you out loud. You have to, like, it's through the game mechanics. That's where we should be, like, aiming for gaming, is to do things with mechanics. Like, cutscenes are great. Memos, audio logs, Random documents and audio logs. Fine, to a point. But ideally, that's where we want to be, right? Is gameplay, mechanics, telling the story. That's where gaming is like at its peak for me. Is when it's expressing things through the mechanics, through play. You know, that's why I love stuff like Thief. That's why that's why I like Half-Life. Half-Life does that really well as well. You know, that's the stuff that we should be aiming for, I think. Makes you think and wonder, exactly, yeah. You might do that by accident and then think, oh, why isn't that gone off? You know, then you'd examine the letter and you'd actually like, yeah, you'd think about it. You'd actually like consider it yourself without your character telling you everything out loud. Why does it have the word stencils on the left there, by the way? That's a bit weird. Yeah. And, hey, Atomic Cat. Welcome on in. Been a while, yeah. Took a long break. But back at it now. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Hope you're doing well too. I was in your stream the other day. Been very busy, so I was lurking away, but I was there. Yeah, I hope all is well with you. Yeah, fully back at it now. Got the YouTube going, got the streams going regularly. Really having a good time. Yeah, it's been that kind of week because I've been editing video, going to work, trying to do streams myself. So it's been like, you know, get on, open everyone's tabs, not get to chat. But hopefully now I'm gonna take a little bit of time, hopefully, to chat. So hopefully I can come in and chat. Hopefully I can catch you on. Yeah, I'm having a great time with the whole thing now. It's, you know, hard work, but it's been good. Been good fun. Balancing everything just nicely now. Yeah, I appreciate it. It's a good time to be back at it now because we got a new RE game coming out next month. So it's a good time to be back at the old streaming and what have you. Silent Hill on VHS here. Can opener. Yeah, I've been having a great time with the old streaming. It's been very good. With Meet Kendo getting RE9. Oh, that's some bad news about him. Actually, this room crashed once. I'm gonna save out here before we go in there. Walking into that room crashed my game one time, so I'm paranoid about that room. I've not been paying attention to any trailers, any footage, anything for RE9. I find I kind of soured on game trailers a lot, so I just don't watch them anymore. Before I do that, let me drop a shout out for you right here. Yeah, it's either my #1 favorite or joint favorite, depending on the day. It's up there for sure. It's #1 or 2 depending on the day, you ask me. Yeah, no problem. Everyone go ahead and hit that follow button if you haven't already. Like, I think there's only a couple of other games that could take that spot. It would be like Dark Souls or Metal Gear Solid 2 or Portal, like I was saying earlier. Portal is a perfect game to me. It's you know, it's one of those. It's very few that would even get close to this. Yeah, interesting little memo here. There's a schedule book here. The date is from 1 year ago. So, as we find out later, the hotel is damaged quite severely. And so this would be the last time that people worked here, was 1 year ago. So that would have been when the hotel was damaged. But of course, we're seeing it the way James remembers it. Because when we arrive, James says this place hasn't changed at all since we were last here. So we're seeing James's recollection of what the place looks like. Yeah, like there's a certain like baseline quality that I expect from Resident Evil now. Like all the remakes and all the original games have been at least you know, really good. I've enjoyed them all. So RE3 remake, I think as a remake, I don't like it as much. It's not a good remake, but it is a fun game to play. I still think it's a fun game. I love the original RE3 so much that I don't think it did it justice, but there are lots of things to like about it as well as on its own. So depends how I'm sort of judging it. But yeah, RE9 will be like RE4. Yeah, they sort of have a bit of a formula now, don't they? You know, they sort of drifting it out here and there, but it kind of comes down to a lot of the same thing. It's sort of like that really nice balance between, you know, old school survival horror and more action based gameplay. It's kind of floats nicely in that middle ground, you know. But yeah, I don't know anything about what the gameplay is going to be like, what the environments are like, what the story is going to be like. I've just avoided it. I always pinpoint one game that ruined trailers for me would be MGS5, because they gave everything away. All the best scenes in the game were in the trailers, so actually playing the game felt flat because I'd seen it all. So now I just think, don't watch any trailers, just play a game. If you want to play it, wait till it comes out. So I'm sort of optimistic. I sort of know it will be at least good, but I don't have like any hype. You know, I don't have unrealistic expectations. Me, you know, going into it feeling super hyped because I've watched all the trailers and I've obsessed over them for years. MGS5 overall is the way I described it was it starts out really good. So like, you know, the first like, I don't know, 10 hours or so you play of it is like super good, super high quality. It's like 9 out of 10. And then it just like drifts down. The more you play of it, the more story you see, the more time you spend, it kind of like drifts downwards into like a 6, you know, over time. That's kind of where, you know, I can't really give it a score overall because it's sort of, yeah, the score just goes down a little bit over time. If you play it for like 10 hours, you'll think it's the best game ever, but then when you get to later on, yeah. No, I actually do love RE6. I think RE6 is great. I'm not actually joking about that. I know I joke about everything else. I do enjoy RE6. I think it's not a very good horror game. It's not trying to be. I always say with RE6, if you put it in this, if you're someone who plays action games, that's where it sits for me in my brain. It sits with Vanquish and God Hand and Devil May Cry and Binary Domain and games like that. If you put it in that part of your brain, it's good. If you put it with the horror games, it's not supposed to be a horror game. I actually think the part of it that tries to be a horror game might be my least favorite, because I don't really like Leon's section as much. I think I actually enjoyed. I think Jake and Sherry I enjoyed the most. I did that whole scenario in one sitting. I was having so much fun with it. But I enjoyed Chris's bit as well. Even the Call of Duty bits with Chris, I enjoyed. The Leon ones are just like, it's that awkward middle ground. It's trying to be a bit survival horror, but a bit actiony as well. It's trying to like, yeah, and obviously the partner character in that is just boring. Whereas Jake and Sherry, actually decent characters, and then the relationship with Chris and Piers is pretty good as well. It's not good writing by any means. Like Resident Evil is not. It's not going to win any literary prizes, but for writing in a horror, in a, you know, an actiony blockbuster horror action, whatever you want to call it, game, it was decent enough. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I never played it co-op. I actually think that's one thing. I find it strange when people like RE5 more than RE6, because you play it solo, RE5's AI is terrible, whereas the partner AI in 6 is much better. That's one thing it has over it. You can play RE6 solo, and the partner AI is good. It actually works. I'm never playing RE5 solo again. Partner AI in RE5 is, oh my god, unpleasant. I'm only going to play that game co-op. I'll hire someone to play it with me if I have to. But yeah, I say you never played any of the MGS games. I would highly recommend them. It's one of my favorite series of all time. It's right up there. Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid is right there with them. We're in the wrong section again. What am I doing? Like I don't. If you wanted to play something, the PC port of the old MGS games, I was going to say Master Collection is the way to go. They're so accessible now. I love that. I love that you can go on Steam and get MGS 1, 2, and 3. And the MSX games are on there as well. So you can play... There were 2 games before Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. They're also included in that collection. So you can kind of get all the best games in one collection. Super convenient. I love that I can do that. I love that I can say, just buy that on Steam. Can't do that for Silent Hill. And I'd love to be able to say, just buy the Silent Hill collection on Steam. You can get 1 to 4 in one package. That would be brilliant, but we can't do that, sadly. We can't have nice things. I'm going to go and show off a little Easter egg here, by the way, that some people may not have seen. Yeah, it makes recommending your favorite series so much easier when there's just nice collections like that, and they run better as well. I bought the Master Collection because I wanted to play 2 and 3 at locked 60 FPS, because there are certain points in those games where the frame rate drops when you play the originals or play the PS3 versions. Yeah, like people like make fun of certain games for having loads of re-releases and remasters, but to me that's always good because more people can access a game. What's bad about that, you know? I always find that weird. People are like, oh, there's 20 million versions of this game, you know, Skyrim or, you know, whatever game gets re-released a lot. It's usually Skyrim, that's the example there. But, you know, what if you've bought a new console and you want to play Skyrim on it? Is it a bad thing to have Skyrim on that console? I don't think so. Surely not. Actually, what happens if we try and leave the hotel? I bet James just says I can't leave yet. I need to find Mary. Oh, we can leave. Cool. I guess you need to be able to go back outside to get the music box if you didn't get it, but we got it, so... Yeah, I think Outbreak, more accessible, would be good, especially because it has all the online stuff, and nowadays that would be great to be able to play that online properly. Where are we going? The bar. Yeah. I want to show a little Easter egg here that you can only see once you get the flashlight back. So we're going to go back down to the section we were just in. I'm sure some people know what we're talking about here, but there'll probably also be some people who haven't seen this, so... Let's go. I kind of feel like I might have to play Outbreak this coming month because there's some relation from one of the characters in Requiem. So I kind of want to see that. You know, if there's any backstory there, I want to see that. I'm going to probably just research which bit I need to play to get the backstory for Requiem. So yeah, this room here. You can't see it when you come here early on, but now you can... now we can look at this. There's a heater here. On the back, it's in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." What that's referring to, I don't know, but the fact there's a heater here, and it looks very much like the hotel was burned down when we see it later on. Actually, I had no idea about that. Well, there you go. Took me a while to learn about that. I think it was a 3Dog stream where I learned about that. He's another guy who does these kind of playthroughs, going through them super slow. Where I learned a lot of stuff from people like him, and Nub Zombie is another one like that as well, where I learned about a lot of these details. I think that's why I like doing these kind of runs, because I just like watching them as well. I like watching, like for Metal Gear Solid, people like 3Dog, DRK will do runs like that, where they'll just go through the whole game super slow and show everything. Well, there you go. I always like, it's always worth showing off these tiny details, because there's always someone who will be like, oh, I hadn't seen that. So it's always worth, that's why I love doing these kind of playthroughs, because there's always someone who will learn something, you know. So I kind of suspect that the joke there is, the idea here, not the joke exactly. I guess it could be a joke, could be a Metal Gear Solid reference, because there's a running character in Metal Gear Solid called Johnny. Might be a reference to him. I don't think it is, but it's probably just showing you how the hotel would have burned. Like I say, that in this game and in Metal Gear Solid games and in Resident Evil games, I still see new things. I still notice new details. And I love that. I love that these games are so old and I can still learn new things, learn new strategies. You know, see new things that I've never seen before. It's great. Okay, now we're going to move on with the game. Didn't need to do that, but it was worth doing. The areas are so small that traveling around them doesn't even take much time, so we're enjoying the nice Silent Hill 4 music here. Love Silent Hill 4. That's a game I doubt I'll be making any kind of challenge video for, though. It's a great game to do story run for every now and again. Underrated game, honestly. Great story, great atmosphere in that game. Love it. Actually, like, the more I play that game, the less I sort of dread the second half. Because I always, in my mind, the second half was always like, oh no, man, it's such a slog. But it isn't. It's actually fine. Like, it's actually, like, good. I actually really enjoy that whole game now. So that's one of those games that's like a real nightmare to play your first time through. But like, you play it a couple of times, start to dig into it a bit, you know, the lore and the story in there is top quality. It's nice that it's on GOG as well. That's the one game where I can say, go to GOG. The GOG version is brilliant. Straight out of the box, it's really, really good. Looks amazing, runs well. Why don't we just get this on GOG? Just put Silent Hill 2, like Silent Hill 2 and 3 have PC versions. You could get all this enhanced edition stuff packed in for 2. The one for 3 is already quite good. You just have to like fix it up a little bit. Such a shame that these original games are so inaccessible, really. Like, I know, like, we know how to set up PC versions and emulate things, but there are a lot of people who just have no clue about that and just will only play something if they can buy it on Steam or GOG or what have you. Which, fair enough, you know? Completely understandable. Yeah, we are going to do a legit ending this time. We're not going to go off and do dog ending or what have you. Did I miss an item for the rebirth ending? I think I did. Oh no, it is Lost Memories, isn't it? We need the book, the chrism, the goblet. I forget if there's another one. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Yeah. The room. Pretty plain. Unassuming. There's nothing to examine in here. That's curious. There's like nothing. There's nothing to examine. Just because it's the most ordinary room imaginable, I guess. But yeah, there's a VHS here. Apart from the VHS, that's the only thing we can interact with. And yeah, here we go. I'm really like annoyed. Like I kind of wish I'd done this bit better in the video, where I'd like shown some footage from the movie. Just a couple of seconds of footage from the movie would have been fine, I think.
Are you taped?
From the Silent Hill 1 movie. I think I would have got away with that, but oh well. Chickened out.
I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
This is
You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place.
very inspired by Lost Highway, this videotape, by the way.
I have to leave.
The way this is presented is
Take me again, James?
very, very similar to Lost Highway. That's the other movie I would recommend you watch. If you want something kind of similar to Silent Hill 2 in terms of its story, Lost Highway. Very obvious direct influence here. The way this is framed even is super obvious that it's similar to Lost Highway. But yeah, you can very, like, I love how obscure this is as well. You can just about see it. What's going on? But of course, if you didn't catch it, James does tell you in the cutscene coming up that what happened, you know. In the HD collection, it is impossible to tell what is going on. They put like a big TV overlay over it, so you can see even less than that. It's awful. You can't, if you've never played the game before, you would not know what was going on there in the slightest. You wouldn't have a clue. It is dreadful. Really, really bad in the HD collection there, along with pretty much everything else. Yeah. It's well, you'd think logically, yeah, like something funky's going on here.
Did you find Mary? If not,
You can actually try to leave the game right at the start. You can try to go off and James just like turns back around.
Laura.
I feel like some games would have that as like an alternate ending, a joke ending. But this game does have joke endings, so that wouldn't have been out of place.
Mary's gone.
Maybe you... imagine you meet Maria and then you backtrack all the way to the start of the game and leave. And that was an alternate ending. That would have been amazing. That'd
she
have been great. I'd love that.
died because she was sick.
No. I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!
The voice actress playing Laura was actually a child, by the way.
She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
That's why this voice performance is so authentic. It's not an adult pretending to be a child. It is literally a child. She wasn't really told the details of the story for obvious reasons, from what I remember, but...
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Feels very authentic,
Mary, you know,
because it is.
isn't here.
Pretty rare that, like, an adult playing a child is actually decent. Like, very few times I could think that actually works. Like, maybe Clementine in The Walking Dead. Actually does sound like a child, despite being played by an adult. It's like... Yeah, watch James's pose here, by the way. And then remember the pose of the body in the apartment building. You know, the bloody corpse in front of the TV in the apartment building. Exact same pose, sitting in front of a TV. It's too similar to be unintentional.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come?
That voice.
James?
Well done, James. You ruined Laura's day. But yeah, curious detail now. We talked about when we picked up the flashlight, we talked about how it was a mannequin wearing Mary's clothes that gave you the flashlight. And that was like James's guiding light through the town. And now we have flashlight. Is this thing broken? Pressing the switch doesn't do anything. Now the flashlight goes out. Now James knows that Mary is dead. Flashlight is now broken. So now James has lost his light. He's lost his guiding light through the town. He has no reason. There's no reason to go on. He's lost his guiding light. Press the switch, but nothing happens. Yeah, that's another subtle detail. And again, I feel like a lot of games nowadays would do something like this. They would have the character pick up the flashlight. Huh? The flashlight. It's broken. They would like remark on it. You just have to notice it yourself here, which I love. I love that this game does that in so many different ways. You have to just notice things for yourself and look at things yourself. Like, I don't know if you heard us talking about Mary's letter, about how now the letter is completely gone. There's nothing in the envelope, so it isn't just the text vanishing. The letter itself has gone. We just have the empty envelope. So after you kill Eddie, James starts to realize, oh, maybe Mary didn't die 3 years ago. And if you're wondering where 3 years comes from, by the way, you're wondering why 3 years, we're going to go and find that out now. Because it seems random. Like, why 3 years? Optional text here, optional conversation here that some people may not have heard. Yeah. Maybe he did. Before we do that, though, Crimson Ceremony book. Proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart. Heed my words and speaketh them. So yeah, cult text here. Title is Crimson Ceremony. But yeah, there's very, very minor references to the cult in this game. It comes in the form of these books, mainly. Speak, I am the Crimson One. The lies in the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one. Yes, the one, and the one is I. Believers hearken to me, 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words and speaketh them to all. But they shall ever be obeyed, even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. Beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me, and all that is me in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is in thee that all begins. Yeah, some cult literature. Love that. And yeah, you get a conversation with Mary's doctor here. Completely optional, missable, but very informative.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So I guess James got it in his head when he found out that Mary was ill. That the way I read that is that the Mary that James loved, the one that he knew, sort of died to him when he found out she was sick. That's where the 3 years come from, is that the version of Mary that he knows and loves died at that moment when he found out about her illness. That's why he thinks she died 3 years ago, because to him, she did die 3 years ago. Just, it was, you know, the old Mary died 3 years ago. That's kind of how I read that. Pretty interesting. Yeah, like I don't mind a good walking simulator, but I kind of found it like it was an overcorrection, I think. Because a lot of horror games were like action games for a while, and then it kind of went too far in the other direction where there was no action, no combat, it was just walking and hiding. I think now we've got a nice balance. I think with stuff like, you know, stuff like Alan Wake 2, stuff like Silent Hill F and the Silent Hill 2 remake, you know, like that Chronos game, that other Bloober game, kind of hitting a nice balance for me now of, you know, having combat without them being action games. I think, yeah. But you can understand when with stuff like Resident Evil 6, Dead Space 3, Fear 3, you know, all these games that are supposed to be horror games, but were just Call of Duty inspired, you know, action games, that you'd have developers who would like swing super far in the other direction and try and massively overcorrect. But yeah, things did come out a little bland at times, yeah, because of that. That's usually what happens, you know, if something goes in one direction, the people who oppose it will, you know, swing super hard in the other direction. Like in music, you have, you had death metal being really big in the late 80s, early 90s, and then the people who hated it, like the people in Norway, the black metal guys in Norway, just went super hard in the other direction. You have like, you know, super colorful album covers. The people who are against that go, you know, black and white monochrome album covers, just completely go against the thing that's popular. That's kind of how I felt about, you know, when you have like Outlast and Amnesia and games like that. It's a reaction against the way that other games are going. These aren't horror games, they're full of guns and action. Resident Evil trading card game. I would buy it. When I was a kid, I would buy all sorts of trading card games. If I liked something and they had cards for it, I would buy it. I am tempted to get back into collecting cards for certain things. But again, it's a money sink, you know. If I start buying Yu-Gi-Oh cards or Pokemon cards, that's gonna... I'm not just gonna buy a pack a week, am I? Or a pack a month and just be done with it. So I'm sort of like resisting the temptation to get into collecting anything different. Like I'd love to have a vinyl collection. I'd love to have like buy more Pokemon cards and or Yu-Gi-Oh cards or stuff. Yeah, I suppose if I just like bought, yeah, if I bought singles and I was just buying kind of things that I would like to have, like I'd probably buy like nostalgic cards. I've actually got some cards that already. I've got like a whole binder full of Pokemon cards, and there is some good stuff in there. Like I've got quite a valuable Umbreon in there that's like worth like £400-500 or something. I've got a Dark Charizard in there. I've got a base set Charizard in there. I've got a bunch of like Holo First Edition stuff in there. Like I think some of them are quite sort of valuable. But there are some cards that I remember from when I was a kid that I'd like to have again, or in better condition. And there's probably some more modern cards that I would like to have. I kept it modest. It might be a good idea. It might be fun. Yeah, I don't know. I might consider it. I've been sort of tempted for a bit. I watch it like one of the main things I watch on YouTube in terms of shorts is Pokemon card content, like vendors, and people opening like packs and stuff. There's a crossover, hell yeah. Who would win? Blue Eyes White Dragon versus Nemesis. This is probably my favorite scene in the game. An amazingly. I couldn't even joke. I couldn't make any jokes about this in my video. I just had to say how amazing it was.
The only one left. Maybe then I can.
You have the decorations on the wall, of course. Female figures.
Why are you running away?
With like the sort of, yeah, you can see like the kind of staining on the sort of crotch area. That's obvious symbolism. Yeah. And the camera framing in this as well, look, is really, really good. The way that the camera is always looking up. James is looking up at Angela.
I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Yeah, you can see Angela's delusion there, where she's seeing James as someone else. Yeah, watch out when Angela asks, you know, will you help me heal all my pain? James is looking down, and the camera is like looking up from James's perspective. He's like on a much lower position than her, looking up at her.
I deserved what happened.
No.
That line there is heartbreaking as well. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. Just, ugh.
No.
Knowing that she was in that situation and her mum was against her as well.
I'm not worth it.
Must feel like so helpless.
You think you can save me? Will you love me?
Very nice sarcastic voice acting here as well.
Heal all my
Notice, and the camera goes lower, pointing, you know, when she's asking this. And then James's head is just down. Like she's putting him down really harshly here.
That's what I thought.
And James is just hanging his head in shame. Great directing there.
Give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Like, super unconventional framing here as well. Like, this isn't the sort of thing you'd see in a movie. This is just... But it suits what's going on so well.
No. I'd never kill myself.
Yeah. Very, 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 well done character.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
I think part of the problem is that people tried to make games like this. Like, a lot of the Silent Hill devs, the Western devs, tried to copy this, but just weren't... They didn't have the skill. I think a big part of it comes from the kind of inspirations. Like, the original Silent Hill games were inspired a lot by books and movies. So the team were really well read, and they had lots of experience in other mediums. The people making the Western Silent Hill games were inspired only by Silent Hill 2. There was no, like, literary inspiration or film inspiration. There was no knowledge that they could draw from, or no, like, you know, obviously just reading makes you a better writer, right? Just the quality of writing on display here, the quality of direction on display here is so good. Yeah. That everything just... They were trying to copy this, but they just didn't have the skill. It's a skill issue, basically. Everyone wanted to do this, but they just didn't have the skill to do it. And it is encouraging to me that the current Silent Hill producer, I forget the guy's name, but he was, like, talking about the books he was inspired by. Where like, inspiration came from for Silent Hill F and kind of future games in the series. So it is encouraging that we've got people who are, you know, obviously being knowledgeable about games is important, but also having knowledge outside of games. And all the best games are made by people who, for me anyway, all the best games are from people who are well-read, well-rounded. Like Hideo Kojima, big, plays games, but big movie watcher, big book reader, comes out with great stuff. You need that. You need to be well-rounded, I think. And I think it's really obvious when people only play games, or when game developers only play games. And for sometimes that is good. Sometimes Hideki Kamiya making action games inspired by arcade games, it is good. But he's not trying to tell an emotional story, you know? He's not trying to tell a deep emotional story. I think to do that, you need that well-rounded experience, you know? You need to be... Whether it's books, movies, TV shows, so anything that's not just playing Silent Hill 2 over and over again, you know, and just trying to copy it badly. It would have been a great game, I'm sure. It would have been unique, obscure, difficult game. I'm sure it would have been good. But you know, it's only speculation. Could have been amazing, could have been terrible. It's just pure speculation, you know. But with the caliber of talent involved, I'm sure it would have been good. But what can we do? Unintentionally funny bit of voice acting here from James, I think. His voice acting here is just, yeah, just funny.
Leave her alone! Leave us both the hell alone!
Surely they could have done another take on that, surely. Leave us both the hell alone. Oh well.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins.
Rip in peace, Maria, for the third time.
All over now. I know the truth.
And if you're wondering why there's... Wait, what's my minute?
Time to end this.
If anyone's wondering why there's 2 pyramid heads now, we've now killed 2 people. We killed Eddie. Eddie was a real person, we killed him. I'm gonna fire up the chainsaw. I'm gonna pay tribute to Cannibal Corpse and fire up the chainsaw. Yeah, that's how I read it anyway. I mean, it did seem strange at first. Why are there 2 pyramid heads now? Just, you know, 1 pyramid head came when he killed 1 person. Now there's 2 for 2 people. Good thing he didn't go on, you know, play 5 minutes of GTA, because we'd have a freaking army of them here now. Yeah, see, we've just done enough that I think we only damaged 1 of them there. I think you only have to do a set amount of damage to them. And they both go ahead and... Yeah, curiously, James doesn't kill them himself. GG, easy. Easy when you have a chainsaw. Yeah, I've always thought with Pyramid Head, like, as long as you fight back, as long as you show resistance to him, he will, you know, he will leave you. He will go, eventually. Like, James shoots him in the apartments. You know, on higher difficulties, you shoot him as you're escaping the hospital. So, like, as long as James shows a willingness to survive. But then here, now they realize that, you know, they're not needed anymore. James has shown enough resistance. He's gonna kind of go on living. So they just kind of realize our job's done. Off we go. By the way, people who only refer to him as Red Pyramid thing, because, oh, they don't use the word pyramid heading. I've heard that argument from people. They'll say, you can't call him Pyramid Head, because James only calls him the Red Pyramid thing. He never calls he never actually calls him Pyramid Head. There you go. James does actually call them Pyramid Head. Seems like a very pedantic thing for people to argue about, but Silent Hill fans are nothing if not pedantic. It's one of our skills, is pedantry. Right, because we're doing full story run, I am going to let this cutscene, the conversation play, even though it does affect your ending. I don't know what ending we're going to get. We might get Rebirth. I'm not sure if we've got all the items.
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers?
We'll see.
Want any damn flowers? Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look! I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go! Are you deaf? Don't come back! James! Wait! Please don't go! Stay with me! Don't leave me alone! I didn't mean what I said! Please, James! Tell me I'll be okay! Tell me I'm not going to die! Help me!
Easy for voice acting like that to turn out kind of overly dramatic and mawkish and what have you, but that's really, I think that's a really good performance. Hard to do that kind of, hard to nail that kind of feeling without it, you know, feeling too much. I think that's really good, that bit. Yeah, final boss. Let's do it. I actually don't know what ending we're going to get. I don't know if we've got all the rebirth items. I actually don't know at all. We might get that. We might just get a different ending.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you're not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Maybe it'll be in water then, if we don't get the rebirth.
Come on, James. You must be joking.
I feel like this didn't take very many hits with in the plank only run. Another one where we have to wiggle the sticks more than mash the buttons, I think. If you ever want to run this game on hard mode, this is where your pain will begin. This fight on hard mode is horrible. Like, I could not even get close without cheesing it. There is like a little I should have showed off the cheese, really. There's a little cheese you can do for this, where you can sort of hide behind an invisible wall and shoot her from there, but... Okay, we do get the rebirth ending, nice. Guess we did have all the items. Yeah, this feels a little bit Pet Cemetery as well, trying to like bring... I don't know, to use like, you know, sort of native sort of ritual, magic, what have you, to try and bring her back to life.
You look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death.
Imagine if he, like, brought her back to life, it would probably still be like a manifestation, right? It'd probably end up like the Maria ending. But that's just, you know, that's just speculation.
Mary.
He's sort of like, I mean, he'd probably like delude himself into thinking that he's brought her back to life. But it's actually just another manifestation. Is kind of my headcanon for this. Yeah, you just vaguely see like a church-like building here. Very, very obscured. Yeah, it looks kind of churchy. I don't know. But yeah, there we go. I don't think I really need to watch the credits here. There is like a special credits for the just for the enhanced edition here for all the people who worked on it, which is cool. Yeah, rebirth ending. Got all the endings on this PC version, luckily. I've done it all before. And yeah, even on just on this version, which is probably I've played this game way less on PC than PS2. That's all the results screens I've got. Some of these are for Born from a Wish as well. And I've played this game way more times on PS2 than PC. And I had a previous PC where I also had loads of saves like this as well. You can see I've played this game a lot of times.